for the May 2nd, 2023 Town Council. Zendaya, are we in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act?
Yes, sir, we are.
Will you call the roll,
Not in
please?
compliance with the Freedom of Information Act.
Will you call the roll, please?
Absolutely. Mr. Stanford?
Here.
Mr. Alfred?
Here.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Here.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes, I'm finally here.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you will join me in standing and saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you'll continue standing as we have Pastor Brett Myers from First Baptist Church to say the invocation.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Let's pray. God, we do thank you so much for the wonderful opportunity that we have to live, work, and play in such a beautiful part of your creation. God, I pray for these leaders, God, as I regularly do, God, that you would give them wisdom. God, we know that we face many challenges, and God, thank you for their hard work and dedication to serving our community. God, pray that you give them wisdom in every area of life and decision-making that they face. God, whether it's workforce housing or parks or whatever it may be. God, thank you for their leadership. Thank you for the time and numerous long hours that they spend in talking through and making decisions for the best of our community. God, bless their efforts. God, give them unity as we move forward as a community. And God, we thank you so much for your provision for us. It's in Christ's great name we pray.
Amen. If you'll continue standing as we say the civility pledge, you can follow along if you like. I pledge to build a stronger, more prosperous community by advocating civil engagement, respecting others, their viewpoints, finding solutions for betterment of society or town. Thank you. Today we need to have the approval of the minutes from the April 18th before us. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. So moved.
Mr. Mayor,
With an amendment.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Bryson.
I have one correction and one amendment to the minutes on page 2, at the top of page 2, the Senate bill. It should say Senate Bill 0284, and the language should be deleted. This other number beside the Senate bill and House Bill 4213 should be deleted. In addition, on page 4, an additional sentence before the last sentence of the paragraph under C about Islanders Beach Park, add the following sentence. Ms. Bryson stated that she could not support the motion as amended since her constituents request the additional pathway be installed on the northern boundary. With those, I would ask that the minutes be revised.
Okay. So we need to vote on the original and then the amendment. Is that
The other way
correct?
around, I think the amendment and then the
The amendment, I'm sorry. So do we have a motion on the amendment?
So moved.
Second. Zendaya, will you call the roll, please, on the amendment?
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mr. Alfred?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Thank you. And now we need to vote on the original motion as amended.
Sir.
That's correct.
Ready? All right.
Yes.
Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mr. Alfred?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Mr. Orlando, do you have any items of interest for us today?
I just have, yes, sir. Afternoon, Mayor, Council, members of our community. Just a couple things. I've seen tonight a bunch of public comment signups for the cat sanctuary on Beach City Road. Thank you for being here. At our next meeting, you had asked me a meeting ago to have an update on the cat sanctuary for us to do a little bit of an investigation. That is scheduled for May 16th. So just as an FYI on that for tonight. In a little bit, I'll be presenting our budget. I'll present the strategic action plan at the June 6th meeting. So know that those two will be tied together. And then some important dates in addition to tonight's budget first reading as well as public hearing, a May 9th budget workshop and a May 11th budget workshop. On May 9th, I will present a workshop on all elements of the budget with the exception of our capital improvement program. And then on May 11th, I will present and discuss with you that capital improvement program. and of course, a second and final reading and public hearing on the budget June 6th. So,
And those budget workshops will be at 1 PM?
yes.
Is that correct?
1 PM.
Yep. Anything else?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Appearance by citizens. I would like to remind our citizens that Section 2-5-70 of the town code limits each person to 3 minutes when addressing town council. At the end of the 3 minutes, you are asked to conclude your comments. Please maintain a decorum suitable for the meeting and refrain from using any abusive, profane, or obscene language. If you have any materials you would like to give town council, please give them to the town clerk after you're finished speaking. Zendaya, are there any citizens signed up to speak today?
Yes, sir, we have quite a few. The first citizen we have is Bob Soltis.
Bob, you're up.
Can't believe I'm first. I thought my sequence was going to be different, but in any event, Mayor Perry, Town Council ladies and gentlemen, Town Manager Mr. Orlando, my name is Bob Soltis. I'm a full-time Hilton Head resident, here representing the Hilton Head Island Pickleball Club. You'll also have 5 more pickleball speakers. I just would like to acknowledge and thank them ahead of time for sharing their thoughts and experiences with pickleball today. As you've heard, we'll hear today and over the last 4 years, pickleball has social and economic value that the town has the opportunity to leverage by investing and creating world-class pickleball facilities on Hilton Head. In the many meetings and conversations we've had with all of you and your predecessors, we know that you recognize the value of pickleball, have indicated your intent to invest in pickleball facilities. That then says, the question is, where do we go from here? Our 600 plus members, many of which are here today, like to see the town invest 2024 town funds in 3 priorities. And we've sent you a note about this. I would just like to read them to get included in the public record. The first is immediate professional grade resurfacing of the 6 pickleball courts at Adriana to fix the recent failed attempt to fix the cracks, which resulted in making playing conditions worse. As part of this work, install permanent nets and paint lines to make these dedicated pickleball courts. Number 2, expand the Adriana facility to 12 courts by building 6 additional courts on the town-owned vacant lands immediately adjacent to the courts. And third, but surely not least, commit fiscal year 2024 funds to finalize the design of a 24-court pickleball complex as outlined in the 2022 Parks and Recreation section of the Our Plan document, specifically recommendations items number 1.3.4 and 2.1. Our club
Mr.
stands
Soltis,
ready
In
to
lieu of
help
time.
in any way we can with these priorities. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. We'll be here all night if we keep that up. We hear you loud and clear. Don't normally like to speak after public comment, but I do want to clarify a couple things. One, Adriana is still in the hands of the county, and we are looking to get that fixed and get it switched over, which it has not been finalized yet. Yes, the work that they did was horrible. So it's on our radar. There are requests going out for bids to fix that and get it right. above and beyond that, we hear you. So, Zendaya, next.
Certainly. Frida Hansberg. Ms. Hansberg?
Hello, I'm Dr. Frida Hansberg, psychologist, author, pickleball player, and thank you for allowing me 3 minutes to speak about pickleball and love. Pickleball is primarily a doubles game. There's a lot of interaction on and off the courts, plenty of chances to talk with and observe one another. You learn how folks treat each other, how they dress, how they handle winning and losing. It's like a fishbowl. And pickleball can also be a lifeline. Social isolation, loneliness, kills. It's a risk factor on a par with smoking or obesity, impacting physical and mental health. Depression, anxiety, dementia, substance abuse, heart disease, diabetes, hypertension, all are exacerbated by isolation. Loneliness can even lead to suicide. Adults over 65, like many of us who play pickleball, are especially vulnerable. I was. 2 years after my husband's death, I sold our home in Bluffton and moved to a villa on Skull Creek. Just as I tried to get out and meet people on the island, COVID struck. Cut off from my Bluffton friends, I thought if I vanished, no one would notice. Although my beautiful environment nourished me, I was starving for human companionship. I had learned pickleball in Bluffton, and as COVID restrictions eased, I made my way to the Island Rec Center. It felt natural to show up with my racket, and a friendly group welcomed me. A knot inside me loosened, and I could breathe again. I began to believe maybe someone on the island would even notice if I disappeared. It turned out one particular person would notice. Over time, I chatted often with a certain tall, attractive gentleman. He's like sitting right over there. One day, as we strolled to the parking lot together, he asked if I was single. The next day, pickleball was rained out, but when I came downstairs, I found a paper bag on my car containing an eggplant and a jalapeno, along with a note scrawled on an envelope, "Please don't feel stalked." That was about 3 years ago. Since then, Mark and I have gone from being friends to lovers to sweethearts and loving partners on and off the court. Our pickleball courtship was sweet and leisurely, blossoming in an innocent and old-fashioned way that's a far cry from singles bars and online dating. So I ask you to please invest in public pickleball on our beautiful island, and please help us share the love. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob, that was better than yours. Zendaya, next, please.
Judy Bastian. Ms. Bastian?
Hi, my name's Judy Bastian. I'm a 20-year resident of the island. I've been playing pickleball for over 12 years. That goes back to 2012, roughly. I'm one of the first players on the island to be playing pickleball, and I still play at a very competitive age, and in about 2 weeks, I'm going to be 76. I've been working on getting real pickleball courts. I got 40 years of tennis in these sides. I have 8 years, which is since 2015, trying to work to get real pickleball courts. But after hundreds of thousands of dollars of study, a lot of talk, the costs of courts have escalated, I still see no results. But I do see new courts all over the United States popping up everywhere. An interesting fact, about 10 years ago in my community of about 2,000, we had a mayor. He went to Florida. He loved pickleball. He came back. In 6 months, we had 3 new pickleball courts. And that eventually expanded to 7 courts. Now, the advantage we've heard, I have a new term, I think, for pickleball courts. It's a wellness space. It's where you go, you get exercise, the psychological, people talk about the social. The pickleball courts are pretty low maintenance. There's no mowing, there's no, lifeguards, there's no that kind of thing. So, and it also serves the whole gamut of people, locals, visitors, young and old. It's easy to learn and takes up a minimal space. On a space of a tennis court, which you can put probably 4 players, you can put 16 pickleball players, and then there's people who rotate in. Our courts are in horrible condition. We got these tar to fight with now. We do a lot of things. We make our own benches. We finally got a porta potty after many, many years, and but we still have no water there. Now, the Adriana project I consider to be a quick fix, but nothing here moves very quick. So maybe I need to say a short-term patch. But we still need the 24-court complex to maintain our brand. And after we do get our other courts, we'll still be using that. Now, I've played in 35 different states. I've played at probably 100+ venues. And I have a pickleball award here. And the pickleball award is the nicest people, but the worst public courts goes to Hilton Head.
Thank you, Ms. Baston. Next, Zendaya.
Lori Miller. Miller?
I'm Lori Miller. I'm a full-time resident of Silverthorne, Colorado, and that's in the mountains. And for those of you that are not familiar, near Breckenridge, so a ski resort community, mountain town community. I'm currently an ambassador for USA Pickleball and a local ambassador in Summit County. And also, that just means that I get a lot of emails and phone calls that tell me what I should be doing. And I'm also the president of Summit County Pickleball Association, which is a 501c3 with over 500 members. And keep in mind, we only have an outdoor season of about 4 to 6 months up in the mountains. So anyhow, I'm here because I've been coming to Hilton Head for over 17 years. And I've been playing pickleball for nearly 12 years, just like Judy. I was one of the first people that, before anybody knew what pickleball meant or was or anything, it was like, what? Everybody would go, what's pickleball? Well, I've been coming to Hilton Head, and I've watched the sport grow here. From the very few courts, we had 2 courts on the Island Rec Center that grew to 4 courts, 5 courts, 6 courts, now back to 5 courts. And then at Adriana, because Adriana didn't even exist when we first started playing. So, and then of course all the private courts that have popped up all over Hilton Head. But the need continues to grow. There's pickleball courts being developed and repurposed all over the United States. In Steamboat Springs, they're just building an $11 million facility that will have 12 indoor courts and 8 outdoor courts next to the tennis courts because they overran the tennis courts. So, and they do have a good tennis program. The reason I bring up Steamboat and Summit County is because it has a lot of the similarities of this. It's a resort community. This town is so wonderful, full of wonderful people, that you guys have an opportunity to have a world-class, as Alex was saying, or Bob was saying, a world-class pickleball vacation destination. You're known for your golf, and you're known for your tennis. And look what's happened in Palmetto Dunes. You know, they've repurposed a number of courts there to turn into pickleball. So it continues to grow. There's now 3 professional leagues out there for pickleball. Ben John's the #1 pickleball player in the world, is now going to probably make at least $1 million this year playing pickleball. In his first few years, he was making $250,000. So there's an opportunity also to bring in tournaments and bring, again, and I know the economic piece you're tired of hearing and the whole financial, but when I come, and I'm not one-dimensional, I rent bikes and I rent kayaks and I play golf, so, but you have an opportunity here, and I'm hoping you can get behind and support. I know that there's all kinds of financial pulls, because I sit on 3 different boards, but you have an opportunity here to make pickleball, put it on the map for Hilton Head, and make that a destination, and I'll still keep coming. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Zendaya next, please.
Yes, sir. Jeff Conradi.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Conrady. I'm originally from Minnesota, came down here to get out of the snow. I'm the district ambassador for USA Pickleball for South Carolina. I've been an ambassador for 14 years. I've been the district ambassador here since 2018. Pickleball, according to many sources, is the fastest growing sport in the United States and world. Its limitation to growth is only lack of courts. The Low Country area here has quite a few pickleball courts and many players. The problem is that almost all the pickleball is played in private communities. The only public pickleball courts we have in this area on the island is Adriana, the Recreation Center, and Palmetto Dunes. Adriana and Recreational Center is a nominal fee. Palmetto Dunes is a major fee. I have a lot of players from out of town coming in for vacation, convention, whatever, and they ask me, where can I play pickleball? I don't have many places to tell them to play. And this area could be a mecca for the pickleball tournaments, skills camps, and increased play. The major tournaments annually at Palmetto Dunes attracts players from many states and is one of the biggest in the middle Atlantic states. The problems with the dunes is this a very poor place to hold a major tournament. The courts are close together with no separation. Windscreens prevent spectators from watching games. There's no stadium court for the televised and view pro matches, and there's very little limited parking. Those are huge things to attract people here. This year at the U.S. Open, just a couple weeks ago, in Naples, Florida, they had in excess of 3,000 players there between 3 and 7 days. The economic impact to the city of Naples was over $10 million. A premier pickleball facility consisting of at least 20 pickleball courts, possibly 4 undercover, a stadium court to hold 1,500 spectators, and ample parking, and other commercial facilities could generate a significant income for the area. With more players coming to the area, real estate could increase value, as this is a great area to vacation and retire. This is all possible with your help, and we need to do this. I'd like to say, how many people here came here because of pickleball? Raise your hand, paddles. This is happening all over the country. This is a fast-growing sport. You talk about golf, all the golf coaches are having their players play pickleball because it gives them core movement, not just arm. Baseball players are playing that. This sport is just incredible. I'd like to ask you, if you build it, they will come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Zendaya.
Yes, sir. Rick Hobson. Mr. Hobson?
Hello, sorry for my attire. I've just come from the courts, and I don't envy your jobs at all. I'm Rick Hobson. I live at 12 Gray Fox Lane in Hilton Head. I came from Nashville, Tennessee. That's why I talk this way. It took a while for pickleball to gain its roots in the mainstream since the game started in 1965. It was a game invented. It had various players with different skills, ages, genders, all having the opportunity to be competitive with each other on the court. Now, I'm talking about 6 to 7-year-olds against grandparents, moms and dads against kids. Every age, physical skill set is welcome. Most of the game can be learned in 30 minutes, and people are out playing. Now, they're not very good, but they're out there playing, and at least they're trying. The biggest thing I notice on the courts is people laughing, people smiling. Sometimes they will miss the ball completely, and they'll just find that hilarious for some reason, and they'll laugh. They get hit with the plastic ball, and they laugh. It's a game where you try to do your best, but you don't always get to do that, but you're grinning and smiling and making light of your play. The sport is very social, bringing together every type of career to the court. Truck drivers, business owners, corporate elites, doctors, lawyers, judges, police, politicians, stay-at-home moms and dads, pro athletes, movie stars, retirees, nuclear engineers, pilots, military, construction workers, firefighters, mechanics. You name it, I've met them. This brings everyone together to share time. From there, they go to dinners, lunches, friendships are kindled, memories made. The common thread, this silly little sport with a funny name. It's been estimated that 34 million people played last year. 9 million people are playing consistently. Why? Well, it's easy to learn, no big investment for players. Getting to meet new people from every walk of life, escape from the pressures of the world, which we all need, getting some physical exercise, stimulating the brain with physical movement, strategy, hand speed, trying to remember the scores and where you should be on the courts. So you have an opportunity before you to build something that will enhance people's lives. and attract newcomers from old and young, as well as families and friends spending time together. There are benefits for personal growth as well as co-mixing of the society, and I'm not sure where else it has this extreme diversity. If you have not seen it, I would invite you to come by the court sometime and check it out. Just be careful. You may find yourself one of the addicted players that wakes up every morning deciding where you're going to play. So I hope you get to make a good decision here. I know you've got a lot on your shoulders, but I applaud you for taking the advantage of being an elected official. It's not easy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hobson. Zendaya next.
Yes, sir. Liz Dunn. Liz Dunn.
Good afternoon. My name is Liz Dunn, and you've all seen me before because I've come to talk about the cats. The cat sanctuary at the spa. I live at the spa on Beach City Road, and I came today fully prepared to plead my case, but I'm not going to say the same stuff again. I thank you for listening to me, and I know you're hearing my concerns as you've been in touch. We must continue to work on the deplorable conditions because every day it goes back worse. We are so blessed to live on Hilton Head, as it is the true paradise of our country. The spa is a true gem on the island, and really it is where we want to be. It's quiet. We have eagles and other beautiful birds. We have beautiful sunrises, a beach, 2 outdoor pools to enjoy during the warm weather, and an indoor pool, sauna, and hot tub for when it's inclement. It's not what it was years ago. The spa has come a long way. A lot of new owners who put a lot of money into their apartments, and they're truly lovely. It's small. I can clean my house in an hour. I don't need my 4 bedrooms at home anymore. I don't need to walk up the stairs. My children all said they'd come to visit me, but they can't because most of them are allergic. And after my granddaughter had to leave after 2 hours, she can't come back. I clean cat feces. They're sitting at my door staring in. It's not pleasant. Hilton Head Island is the best, but the spa is being taken over by cats. I'm an American voting taxpayer. I always believed in my rights. Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. The cats have it. I don't have it. It's just something needs to be done. And I'm just counting on this council to help us out because I just can't do this. And I don't want to leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn.
Susan Halpert. Ms. Halpert.
And I've been in Hilton Head for 3 years, come from New York to Georgia to Florida to here, and I love it in Hilton Head. I actually am talking for the sanctuary as well. I own 2 homes, one in Circlewood Drive and one at the estuary. My house in Circlewood Drive actually backs up to the property that's right where the spa is, and I have a completely different experience. I mean, I have animals and cats and raccoons and possum and deer and alligators. Cats come on my fence behind my house. I see them all over, just like I see all the other animals in nature, and I find it exhilarating. A lot of my neighbors in Circlewood, we go over and visit the sanctuary with our children, our grandchildren, and they have a great experience with the animals. I also play tennis all over the island, and I do like pickleball. So a lot of things you said are pretty cool. But Shipyard, Wexford, I know a guy that's feeding 50 cats at Shipyard. And so they're all over the island, just like all of the other lovely animals and trees. And to us, when I see the sanctuary, you could have condos or houses there. And instead, I see the beautiful live oaks. We see the beautiful nature. I think it's wonderful that they're taking such lovely care of these animals. They're getting spayed, they're neutered, they have rabies shots, they have feline leukemia tests. So these are not just feral cats that are everywhere, they're actually being taken care of. So I'm comfortable taking my friends, my children, my granddaughter to see the cats at the sanctuary. So to me, I actually think it improves the value of my home. And I see all the lovely things. I also have a lot of friends that live at this spa. I know people that have been there over 15 years. And they actually have cats in their condos that were there way before the sanctuary ever existed. And the house next door to me, and I have pictures, but I'm just gonna talk to it right now. But there's a house in between the spa and where we are. There's a gate that goes that I can walk to Fish Hall Beach. Well, there's cats in that, a couple of acres in between. They've been there for 10, 15, 20 years. There's cats that have been in the spa way before the sanctuary ever existed. And they will exist long after. They're coming over the fence onto from Fish Hall. I walk my dogs. I have 2 rescue dogs and 2 rescue cats. I walk them all over the area. And I'm seeing cats and animals everywhere I go. So I know they're living at the spa. I know the ones at the sanctuary are spayed and neutered. Well, a woman at the spa that I'm friends with asked me for help because she has a cat there that got pregnant. Well, I know it didn't get pregnant from the sanctuary. So there's other cats there that have nothing to do with the sanctuary. I think it's blessed as part of the nature of Hilton Head Island that we keep that.
Thank you, Ms. Hallberg.
Thank you.
Zendaya next.
Marie Capello. Ms. Capello?
Hi, I'm Cherie Capello. I live here on the island. My husband and I have a total of 8 properties here on the island as well. I'm here to talk about the All About Cats in the Sanctuary. As you're going to hear today, you heard from Susan, you'll hear from other people, that there are stories here of people who feed and who live in the spa, who feed the cats, who maintain their cats at the spa. And so I want to talk to you a little bit today about that, because unfortunately we're brought up here because we're right next door to them. The spa has their own issues and their own concerns with their own cats. These are their cats. These are not our cats. And so you'll have people who will come up today and testify that they are their cats. They have friends who live in the spa. They feed the cats with them. They have done it with them. They were happy to come forward. They're happy to give testimony to that. These are not our cats. These are spa cats. And so one of the things I want to say is that I'm here also to talk about some of the conditions that people have talked about prior about us. They're actually not true. And so I'm standing up here today to tell you that the things that you guys have been told about our cats having diseases, not true. Our cats are tracked. Once a year we take our cats in and we get them spayed and neutered and checked for diseases and shots on a yearly basis. And all of our cats are tracked and we keep them tracked. And the other thing is that there were some complaints about us by the spa. I actually went back over when I took over the organization myself back in August of last year and sat with the board members at the spa. We had a beautiful conversation, talked about any issues and concerns that they had. They recommended a few things. We have now either done them or they're almost being completed to be done. So we have complied with everything that they have asked us to do as being nice neighbors. We were also vandalized recently. So the cats and the pictures that you guys received of the cats being in the street, it was because some people from the spa came over, cut down our bushes, trashed our feeding sites, which means smashed all of our feeding apparatuses for the cats. The cats were they were scared. They started running. So now the cats are going into the street because their safe spot where they were was vandalized. So I called the Sheriff's Department. We have 2 reports of that we've been vandalized over there by individuals at the spa. We have since then put up trespassing signs, recommended by the Sheriff's Department to put up these signs. Then we found out that we didn't have to put them so close, we could take down less. Being neighborly, we did so. So we took down some of those signs to be neighborly. But I want to be clear here today that these are not AAC's cats, which is all about cats. These are spa cats. This is an issue that the spa has. They actually need to address it. So I'm asking you to take us off the docket for next time, for the 16th, because this has nothing to do with all about cats. This is a spa issue. They actually have fines. You should ask them how much they have received in fines for their residents feeding the cats. They have signs posted, do not feed the cats, for their residents. I have a sheet here, I have pictures here. This is actually someone who lives in the spa feeding 4 cats. These are not our cats. These are spa cats. So these have nothing to do with us. So I ask you to take this because unfortunately we're being roped in with this and it's not us. Thank you.
Thank you. Zendaya next.
Yes, Teresa Coco.
Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me your time and attention. I'm Teresa Coco, and I live at 239 Beach City Road at the spa. And while I applaud the people who love animals and take care of them, I also know what the problems are because I live directly across and have a clear view of that sanctuary. I am not advocating that the sanctuary be destroyed. I'm suggesting that we find another place for it. I am a new resident to Hilton Head, and I am generally satisfied with the way my taxes are being utilized for the betterment of this community. But I do have to question the wisdom of allowing a cat sanctuary to adjoin residential complexes. I've heard what my neighbors had to say. I am not aware that the spa permits pets in the complex. So those people who have cats living there, I'm not sure how they got permission to do that. I am also aware that you have in your possession documentation from our board members, so I'm just here to give testimony about what I've seen. I live directly across on the second floor with a clear view of the animals. These animals cannot be contained, and unless they have some kind of tag on them, I don't know how you identify them from other cats in the area. They're very agile. They easily jump the fences, the trees, the cars, the buildings. They litter our tennis courts, stairwells, corridors, door fronts. They are not a mere nuisance. They are a major health concern and a dangerous hazard to drivers coming down Beach City Road and into and out of our complex. Many are the nights I return from an evening out and there's a cat jumping in the road. What would any of you do if I hit that cat? What would you do if my car swerved and I was in an accident? In the short time here, I have had to remove feces from my front door. 3 times I've had to do that because my Italian mama would not allow anything like that to exist at our front door. And I can't imagine any of you wanting that at your front door. I have heard parents remind their children to watch out for the feces in the corridors. I have been startled by cats on the stairwell as I'm coming up. What if I were to fall because I was startled? Who is going to pay my bill? And so I applaud the people who love the animals, but I am asking you to help us in our desire to have the cat sanctuary relocated.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Coco.
Sam Einfeld. Mr. Einfeld?
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Einfeld. My wife and I have been owners at the spa in Port Royal Sound for 38 years. The spa is at 239 Beach City Road, which I think most of you realize, and it also has 268 tax-paying owners. Unfortunately, the spa has a cat problem. On Thursday, April 13th, my wife received a call from a woman from All About Cats. My wife had her phone on speaker, and I was in our condo and was able to hear the conversation from start to finish. The lady told my wife that she ran the cat sanctuary and had personally talked to all 7 of the spa board members, and they were all in favor of the cats. Well, I know for a fact that that is absolutely categorically not true. As a matter of fact, At the April 21st board meeting, the spa board voted 6-1 not in favor of the cat sanctuary. The lady was screaming at and threatening my wife because my wife had called the town to see if it was legal to post 13 large no trespassing signs along our 100-foot stretch of driveway. Many of the signs were nailed to live oaks, some of which have now been removed, but some of the threats that I heard directed at my wife was that this lady could put marsh tacky horses on the property, and if you think the cats smell bad, wait till you smell the marsh tacky horses. She could get a lawyer and sue the spa, and our property would be worthless. Thank you very much. She could call the newspaper, but she was holding off to protect us. If my wife didn't agree with her, we could sell our condo and leave. Yeah, after 38 years, we're just going to sell and leave. I don't think so. These cats are not contained, and they are within 50 feet of a number of the front doors at the spa. The cats go over not only the sanctuary's wooden fence, but the entire fencing enclosure the spa property has along Beach City Road. This is a toxic situation, and it's getting worse by the day. Our owners.
Thank you, Mr. Einfeld.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Zendaya. If you're leaving, if you could please keep it down, we'd appreciate that. Zendaya next.
Sure. Elise Upperman. Ms. Upperman?
Hello everyone, my name is Elise. I recently moved here from out of state and decided to live at the spa. I noticed several cats that would hang around outside my building, rub on my legs, and let me pet them. I started asking neighbors if they knew whose cats they were because it was apparent that they were socialized and did not exhibit feral behavior. I was told that there used to be an elderly woman who lived at the spa and was no longer there, and that they were her cats once upon a time. I was also told that one of them had been at the spa for around 10 years. This made me really sad, thinking that they once had a reliable food source, but do not anymore. So I decided to feed them on occasion. It's me, I'm the bad one. I quickly learned that this was not allowed, and I was fined $100 by the spa. Knowing that there was a cat sanctuary down the street, I tried to coax the cats towards the sanctuary, but they would not leave the 500-foot radius that they resided in. This led me to believe that they must have lived there for a while and are potentially getting fed by others, as cats do not stray from their food source. I was still unsure, so I contacted All About Cats to see if they would take the cats in, and they informed me that they would love to help and transparently shared that there was a few disagreements going on between the spa and the sanctuary, which has led me here. As a neutral outsider coming into the community, and after spending time with the cats, I can safely say that the cats I have personally encountered at the spa are not coming over from the sanctuary. They're very acclimated in their space at the spa. Separately, I have firsthand experience in seeing how detrimental not having resources like All About Cats can be for a community. My hometown has one of the worst feral cat population problems in the country, and dabbling in rescue myself, I cannot express how lucky Hilton Head Island is to have a nonprofit like All About Cats in their backyard to spend their resources, time, and money to spay, neuter, feed, and vaccinate these cats, which, if done without, would be a very large community issue. It saddens me to hear that a select number of people view the cats as a bother at the spa when such a big picture problem is being solved for the entire city of Hilton Head by having the sanctuary. Shutting down All About Cats would be a huge mistake for the city just to appease a small group of people at an apartment complex, and I hope a solution that works for both parties can be found. To address a couple points that were shared today about cats pooping in front of people's front doors, I would ask for photos just because knowing cats don't poop on a surface without covering it, right? That would be a very unusual thing to do. And also, in regards to falling because of being scared, that argument could go for all animals. I personally would like to file a complaint against the spiders at the spa because I have those are terrifying, and I would fall too. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Zendaya next.
Lauren Albrecht. Lauren?
Hello, my name is Lauren Albrecht, and I'm a full-time resident here on Hilton Head Island. I'm here to speak on behalf of All About Cats. I'm a volunteer and act as the treasurer and would like to share some facts about our organization and the adoption efforts that we are making. One of the main purposes of our organization is population control of feral cats. One female unneutered cat can have 3 litters per year, with an average of 4 kittens in each litter. In 7 years, that one unneutered cat can produce 422,000 cats. As volunteers, we understand the impact of these statistics and are always monitoring our cat population at the Beach City Road property to make sure our population does not grow. Twice daily, a volunteer is on the property, and if we see a cat with an unclipped ear, we immediately take action to trap the cat to be spayed or neutered, tested for disease, and vaccinated for rabies. Although our organization is made up of cat lovers, we do not want to see our feral cat population grow. We have been successful in placing the friendlier cats that can be domesticated in new homes, and in the past year, we have successfully placed 36 cats with new owners. We want to find safe homes for all of these cats, including the feral ones that cannot live inside a home, which is a difficult task. This year, we're starting a Working Cats initiative to find placements for our feral cats to be relocated to farms, rural homesteads, warehouses, or businesses in the surrounding areas. By taking these cats, owners will just need to provide food, water, and some form of shelter, and in return, the cats will get to work with pest control on the owner's property. We are in the early stages of getting the word out on this initiative and are trying to reach the correct audience that would benefit by taking a feral cat. We have not attempted to find placements for these cats like this before, but there are similar initiatives all across the country that have seen great success, and we are confident that we will be successful too. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Albrecht. Zendaya next.
The Albrecht.
Hi, my name is Dee Lamprecht, and I'm here to address some of the complaints made by the spa. One of their first complaints was that All About Cats is providing services. The only no-cost service we provide is TNR. Oh, sorry. We don't provide any boarding, we don't provide any medical care. If you go to our website, you'll see where it's stated the services that we do provide, and that we mainly trap felines in Beaufort County. We have 6 slots per week, and the cats are taken to SNAC, where they are tested and treated for feline AIDS, leukemia, spayed or neutered, receive rabies vaccinations, and have their ears tipped. Once they're treated, they are returned to their respective colonies. We provide this service free of charge to the community, and it's all done by All About Cat volunteers in order to control the population in Hilton Head and surrounding areas. Another aspect of our is educational. We educate visitors to the sanctuary on importance of getting your pets spayed or neutered, the importance of TNR, and how to humanely care for animals. These are the only services we provide. One of their other complaints is pooping on the walkways and scratching convertible tops. Again, as you've heard, these are not our cats. These cats belong to the spa, and we have videos and pictures to prove it. Cats were placed back in the spa. 75 cats over the past years have been trapped and placed back in the spa in order to help control the cat population there. So maintaining these areas falls back on the spa. The third complaint is that the cats carry diseases. As I stated previously, all of our cats are tested for feline AIDS, leukemia, and receive rabies vaccinations yearly, along with needed medical attention. Therefore, the only cats that can be carrying diseases would be the cats that belong to the spa, since they receive no monitored medical care. We also have a monthly cleanup program to help prevent the spread of disease and eliminate odors. That way we can maintain a clean and healthy area for the cats and visitors to the sanctuary. As far as containment, while it may deter a few by making it difficult or uncomfortable for the cat to climb over the fence, cats are roamers, and rollers or fencing will not deter them. Cats simply cannot be contained. So why should All About Cats be financially burdened with fencing costs when part of the problem is the cats at the spa are free to roam? Basically, the spa needs to take responsibility for the cats and stop blaming All About Cats for their problems. They poop in our space, they eat our food, and they carry disease.
Thank you, Ms. Lambert.
Thank you.
Colleen Bailey. Miss Bailey?
Hi, my name's Colleen Bailey. I've been volunteering with All About Cats for over 3 years. Over those years, I've assisted several residents who live at the spa with helping cats that live there outdoors with getting the cats fixed if they didn't have a tip ear, take them to a vet if something was wrong, and even finding homes for any of the cats that were social. And I just wanted to make you aware that they do have their own cats as well as we do at the sanctuary. And we have an open door policy at the sanctuary. Anyone walking by, we invite them in and we explain to them what we do. And we've invited many of the board members and people who live on the spa over to, let us explain. And not many of them have taken us up. So they really don't understand what we do. So maybe they would understand if they would come visit the sanctuary. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey.
Brenda Manning. Miss Manning?
Hello, everybody. My name is Brenda Manning, and I have been a full-time resident of the spa for 13 years. I'm here to speak on behalf of the cat sanctuary. When I first moved to the spa, there were cat feeding stations to care for the cats on the property, living independent of the sanctuary. The board later revoked those stations and left the cats to fend for themselves. As a result, many owners, residents, and visitors alike have cared for the cats at the spa. I have worked with Colleen, who just spoke, at the sanctuary personally to rescue 4 of the cats off of the spa property that are now up for adoption or have been adopted. Most of the feral cats on the island are not so fortunate. The cat sanctuary provides an invaluable and humane service to the town of Hilton Head. For that, I extend my gratitude and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Manning.
Dina Drennan. Ms. Drennan? Okay. We have Dr. Dudas.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on the first reading of the proposed ordinance 2023-11, amending section 4-10-100, management and use of local accommodation taxes of the Town of Hilton Head Island Code of Ordinances pertaining to the event management and hospitality training program. My name is Dr. Kimberly Dudas, and I represent the University of South Carolina Beaufort, the organization that for the past 11 years has provided services pertaining to event management and hospitality training referenced in this ordinance. The arrangement has proven to be mutually beneficial, and the university has been fiscally responsible with the funds provided. That is 5% of the local accommodations tax collected each year. A few key accomplishments include 3,000 island ambassadors trained since the program inception, implementing a beach recycling program that has reduced waste on Hilton Head Island beaches. This year, the program has collected more than 1,400 items and is on target to exceed its numbers from last year. Students volunteer hundreds of hours at town events, and there's a quality management initiative that directly explores the guest experience. USCB's Center for Event Management and Hospitality Training was recently independently evaluated by Clemson University this past fall, and results of that survey indicate the town's dollars have been well invested and programming is on solid footing. The final report can be made available to the council. In the revision identified as proposed ordinance 23-11, council indicates same or similar activities be provided as written in the current ordinance, including full employment of a full-time director to support these event management and hospitality training activities, but with one notable exception. Council has proposed such without affirming a sustainable budget model to meet these expectations. The university urges council to reconsider adopting this ordinance as written, given its uncertain funding model. Rather, the university suggests council consider language that affirms the value of event management and hospitality training on local tourism dollars and creates a sustainable model for funding to ensure high-quality deliverables year over year. Should the town choose to move forward as the proposed ordinance is written, the university will graciously step aside so the town can determine another organization or organizations who may be willing to meet council's expectations with an uncertain funding model. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nunes.
Lynn Greeley. Miss Greeley.
I'm going to be speaking for Lynn Greeley. I'm not going to be making a speech for myself. I'm only going to be speaking for Lynn Greeley, and here's the
Mr.
power of
Hoagland,
attorney given to
as
Miss Greeley.
we have
So I'm
always-
going to give up my speech and make Miss Greeley's speech, and here's her power of attorney that I'm happy to have the lawyer look at. It's a legal document. Thank you.
Excuse me, so you're saying you're taking your name off the
I'm
list?
saying I take my name off the list, and I'm going to speak for Miss Greeley because she could not be here today.
Then I will advise you that
Pardon me?
I will advise you, we do not accept power of attorneys for speaking on behalf of someone else.
I'm sorry, power of attorney will trump any local rules, so you'll have to talk to your lawyers about that. So my name is Skip Hoagland from Windmill Harbor. Ms. Greeley could not be here today and wanted me to speak for her and asked me to hand the council this legal power of attorney. Many residents on Hilton Head have a hard time understanding all the secret illegal behavior of this town and the Hilton Head Chamber, including many violations of state and federal laws. What they do fully understand is a lack of transparency, accountability, with millions of tax money handed to this chamber that is now discovered over $11 million annually, used to pay a $500,000 salary pay package and a $2 million home for Bill Miles. I don't think so. So I ask this council today to fully comply to Skip Hoagland's FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, and the South Carolina Supreme Court ruling to see all the accounting on how and where Bill Miles in this chamber spends $11 million a year of our hard-earned tax money annually, including its illegal profits from advertising sales on a website, HiltonHeadIsland.org, developed in Canada, not locally, that should be owned by the town taxpayers, not Bill Miles. I request you comply to Skip Hoagland and all taxpayers and provide all accounting, receipts, and invoices on the $11 million. If Skip Hoagland is proven wrong, would this not stop Skip from coming to these council meetings and calling all council members and town employees corrupt and crooked? Council has few choices. You put this DMO contract up for bid this fall under procurement law to add agencies. You ask Bill Miles for the accounting on $11 million, or you file a lawsuit to force him. You comply to Skip Hoagland's tax FOIA and South Carolina Supreme Court ruling that says you must provide it. You hire a new DMO or two DMOs under the law since the chamber is illegal and does not qualify. The DMO website, HiltonHeadIsland.org, is removed from Canada and the chamber illegal ownership and bid out to local companies to be redeveloped and used under DMO ATAX laws to promote this entire community. Seems this is all coming to an end very soon, one way or the other. What will each of you say when deposed or questioned by authorities? What will Bill Miles do when forced to provide all accounting? Will he tell the FBI and the IRS none of his business? Mr. Perry, you said you saw 80% of the chamber accounting before you were even elected, and nobody else could see that. Where is it? Is that true? Did you tell the truth or did you lie? I think I know the truth. And Bill Miles has told many taxpayers and this council His use of tax money is his secret sauce, and it's nobody's business. I'm here to tell everybody in this room, it is my business.
Address
it's
council.
Your business where every tax dollar goes.
Address council.
No, I'll address anybody I want. This is my room, just like your room. Let me tell you, Mr. Perry, you're a public servant. You serve us. We don't serve you. I'll address anybody I wish.
Enough.
No, you stop.
Zendaya, anyone else?
Yes, sir. Peter Christian, Mr. Christian.
Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Town Manager, it's always a pleasure. I've got two items I want to discuss with you. One is short-term rentals and the other is USCB. But first, a little diversion. You know, whenever I have the urge to speak, I've always relied on a piece of advice my mother gave me. Can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. Short-term rentals. There's a bill currently before the state legislature in Columbia with the hearing scheduled for tomorrow before the Municipal Public Affairs Subcommittee. The bill as written will prohibit municipalities and counties from regulating short-term rentals. As you may be aware, the bill did not make it to the crossover date this year's session. However, the bill is still alive for 2024. Home rule has always been a major tenet for local governments. If the state legislature scores a success in this area, they may be tempted to outlaw private covenants that limit short-term rentals as a next step. I would trust that the town is tracking this very carefully and making our legislative delegation aware of the town's position. USCB. Understand that the HHI campus is underutilized at this point in time. Back in 2010, in response to the 2008-2009 recession, a group of citizens appointed by then Mayor Peebles made recommendations on how to revitalize the island's economy. One of the ideas that came out of that group was bringing back a USCB campus to Hilton Head. Councilmember Ames and I believe we worked on that project together. Ultimately, we were successful, bringing a hospitality campus back to Hilton Head Island. What you may not be aware of is I'm working with a local team from the officials from the Community Associations Institute and USCB officials to bring community management courses to the USCB campus. Ultimately, what I'd like to see there is a degree program in community management. It's a perfect match. The pandemic put a strain on in-person learning at the Hilton Head Island campus. Then as the pandemic waned and the economy improved, the commute over the bridge became a further obstacle to in-person learning. To address that obstacle, I understand there's a proposal to supply housing to be used as dormitories for students. I would hope the town looks carefully at that opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Do we have anybody else signed up?
Yes, sir. Mr. Daniel Anthony.
Afternoon. My name is Daniel Anthony, president of the JPS. My comments are directed at the Phase 3 amendments on today's agenda. Town staff has been working tirelessly on addressing the issues of the current LMO, the issues that have caused the current problems we now see in the aftermath of the 2014 rewrite of the LMO. Misguided steps taken at that time to spur the economy of the island. The only thing that has spurned is the overdevelopment of the island. These amendments are a vital part in addressing these misguided steps within the current LMO. This is a necessary step in creating a better future for Hilton Head. For decades, developers and investors have pillaged this island for profit. I have heard developers and investors claim these amendments take away their rights. What a joke. They fail to mention that those rights, the very rights they speak so highly of, only exist because of the 2014 rewrite of the LMO. But I ask you, what about the rights of the neighbors within those neighborhoods? Their rights to live in peace with safety, to enjoy their neighborhood without the nuisance of traffic, parking, and noise. These are the negative effects that go hand in hand with overdevelopment. All I ask is that you all, as council members and residents of this island, say what you mean and mean what you say. You all have made campaign promises about protecting Hilton Head from overdevelopment. Development can exist on Hilton Head if done respectfully and in the appropriate locations. A vote today to pass these amendments will confirm council's commitment to a better and more realistic development process for the future of Hilton Head, so that single-family neighborhoods will no longer be destroyed by the greed of developers. So I ask you, what is the future of Hilton Head? Are you going to continue to subject Hilton Head to the aspirations of the state of South Carolina, to be the meal ticket for South Carolina? Or are you, in one voice, going to say, we, the residents of Hilton Head, we will decide our own future?
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Anybody else, Zendaya?
That concludes appearance by citizens, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all your comments. At this time, I'd like to open the floor for our public hearing of the fiscal year 2024 budget. During this time, our town manager, Mark Orlando, will present the first reading of proposed ordinance 2023-10, adopting the municipal budget for the town of Hilton Head Island for fiscal year 2024, ending June 30th, 2024. Mr. Orlando.
Afternoon, everybody. I'm excited to present our budget. As we start diving into it, I want to go over with you some economic factors as they affect Hilton Head Island, proposed consolidated budget goals, our consolidated budget overview, and then talk a little more about budget review and approval process. As I started drafting the budget, please know that I always review historical revenue and expenditure trends, and we have a great finance director in John Troyer who uses very conservative budgeting assumptions. So it leads to actuals outperforming budget year over year. It leads to revenues exceeding estimates year over year, and expenditures always come in under budget. So same method this year, same process. We maintain a 3-year financial model for general fund that we work through regularly as a team. There's a projected 5 years and beyond for the CIP program. We have a formal reserve policy and a formal debt management policy, all of which you won't see in this budget proposal, but that's the backbone, right? That's the framework of our financial program here. So just want to give a thank you to John as we start digging in. You'll see in this budget presentation, we are doing more and our expectations are higher. I believe our community expectations are higher. I heard them today. I hear them throughout the couple years that I'm here. My expectations are higher as well, and so as we dive into the budget, I think it's just best we start learning a little bit what's going on in Hilton Head Island. 54 square miles, median household income approximately 87, almost 88,000. Approximately 3.1 million visitors to Hilton Head Island in 22, and a population estimate of a little more than 38,000, a median age of close to 58. Lodging, food, shopping, golf in that order are our top tourism spending categories, and that we benefit from a great economic strength and growth that underpins our healthy tax base. We have great credit position, AAA with Moody's, and AA from Standard & Poor's as well as Fitch. The credit agencies recognize our growing tax base, our fiscal management, our financial position, and our debt and pension burden. Most recently, we heard back from a bond rater. They said we have a strong financial performance, consistent operations, long-term trend of maintaining strong reserves, and that went up. Your policy went up last year. Very strong economy, strong management, budgetary flexibility. We are, of course, more susceptible to weather events. And so what's interesting is that one of the agencies told us that they believe that the strength of our credit will grow as we put a resilience plan in place to prepare for our future. Our budget goals. So, of course, deliver your town council strategic action plan priorities. I mentioned tonight that I'm going to bring those forward to you the June meeting. We'll have, in that strategic plan, all your strategic action elements, but your top 15 are completely budgeted for and called for, right? Establishing a growth management strategy, district plans, master plan, capacity study, and a whole bunch of work that goes on, all leading up to, I would say, a really good, robust update of our land management ordinance. Implement a workforce housing framework. That plan was adopted November 1 last year. Adopt major corridor street enhancements. We've had one workshop with you so far, a lot more work to do. Develop the William Hilton Parkway Gateway Corridor Plan. Commence operations of our Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhood Community Development Corp. A SWOT analysis of our island resiliency, as well as a plan for our future, right? That's a plan for policy as well as capital projects. Implement the CIP program. Update our land acquisition manual and make strategic purchases. Conduct a SWOT analysis of our solid waste recycling program. Implement the destination marketing organization plan and measure performance. Continue to assess short-term rentals and implement the program. Assess alternative rev sources for funding. Complete implementation of our Gullah Geechee Task Force work plan. Assist with St. James, the mitigation and relocation plan, and then also continue to invest in our beach parks. And so those are your top 15 as I took from the strategic plan workshop in January. In addition to that, right, obviously establish a lean operating budget, continue to refine year over year, enhance our customer service, innovation, and employee engagement, and invest in impactful community infrastructure. And I think more importantly here, and most importantly, form a resilient community, and we use our budget as that catalyst to implement positive change and improvement. So this year, different than last, there's 6 funds. You'll notice some of these from last year: general fund, stormwater, cap projects, debt. And so 2 new funds as I propose this year, so that it's very clear and I'm able to do business out of the budget and out of the fund appropriately. I've introduced the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corp Fund, as well as the Housing Fund. And we're going to dive into these. And so just to give you a lay of the land here, I'm going to talk general consolidated budget, and then I'm going to dive into each fund. It's going to be about an hour. Got a lot of information. I want you to see this more than one time before we're in and out of those workshops. And so the goal is that we go through this today. I'll be about an hour. Have questions, I'm here today. You have more questions, I'm at the workshop, and this is on the schedule for second and final reading and public hearing in early June. Consolidated, so I'm going to use this tool a little bit throughout this to show you. So some of this is just simple revenues, expenditures, and highlights, right? What are the highlights of the revenues? What are the highlights of the expenditures? And how is this affecting our budget? And how are we investing in your priorities? So you can see general fund, year over year, I'm proposing the 24 budget right now at $129,950,000, $293 budget. General fund proposed $57.9 million, debt service 17.3, capital projects 39.9, stormwater utility 5.8, and like I mentioned, the 2 new funds in those sublines there, 5.3 for Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhood, the CDC, as well as a $3.3 million housing fund for a consolidated budget. $129 million, almost $130 million budget. So where do these come from, right? And that's an obvious change from last year. And I think, I think it's important we simply take a look at year over year. That's a $10.4 million change. It's an overall change of $8.7 million. Where do those revenues come from to affect the budget? The property taxes are up, and so what's important in this line, fiscal year 24 proposed, you'll see that property taxes are up about $986,000, 4.6%, and we can go through this list. I won't read them all for time's sake, but business license up 1.8, local A-tax investment into this budget 2.2, EMS revenue up 279, intergovernmental up permits and fees, I apologize, 1.6. That includes the short-term rental permit fee. Grants 2.8, interest income an additional 651. So you can see where the $10 million is derived from in terms of revenues. We have transferred a little less in this year as our transfers into the budget, so $54 million, $54.5 million transfer in. And it's really important that we differentiate between those top revs and those bottom revs. Those top revs are the property taxes, business license, franchise fees, stormwater utility fees, local A tax. The transfers in, and we'll dive into it.
Mr. Town Manager, let me make a comment for the benefit of the audience. I think it's very important that we see the trend line in grants 3 years ago, 2 years ago, and so on. And what is happening is this staff is going out and getting significant dollars from grant sources.
Thank you, sir. With a lot of help from our colleagues, so thank you for that. You see transfers in at 54.5 million, and you see those transfers in over here on the side. H tax, beach fee, TIF, state aid tax, real estate transfer fee, stormwater fee, road usage. And so we're really putting those fees, those fees that are off budget to a degree, transferred into the budget and making good use of it. You see that the majority of those transfers in are straight into our capital program, almost $29 million of transfers in from H tax all the way down to a natural disaster fund. And you see that about 11.3 and 11.9 servicing general fund and debt service fund. A reminder, our 5 mills last year came off the tax rolls, and so you can see some of the work up there. That natural disaster fund isn't showing up this year. The majority, or a big portion, I should say, of our consolidated budget revenues are transfers in. Our diversity in our revenue sources give us that financial strength I started off by saying. So revenues, some highlights, expenditures. So personnel and benefits, you see the proposed budget, 36.4. It is an increase of about 17% change. It's about 28% of our budget. Operating, an increase of 4 million. Transfers out, debt service, and you can just see that schedule of funds. And a lot of this page also shows you those budget expenditures into the CIP, right? Beach, pathway, road, park, facility, fleet, land, and housing. So I'll slow down if you have any questions, but I'll keep going as well.
I could just add one quick thing, Mayor. For those watching here and out in the public, this will be on the website later after the presentation today. So.
Yes, ma'am. That was in my note and I jumped over it. So this presentation, as soon as I'm done today, as soon as you vote this evening, it will be on our website. The packet, the true staff report is on there, as well as the presentation.
Great, thank you.
So thank you for that. So a priority-based budget that's funding our and your strategic plan initiatives, a fund balance increase due to prior year unspent funds, as well as a strong and improved fund balance policy. I'll show you that in a second. No change in property tax rate with the expectation of a reduction perhaps after reassessment. 2 years of strong non-property tax rev collections are now being reflected in the budget. So as you really dive in, you start realizing that we've been making those projections year over year and being very conservative. And so this year, we're very comfortable adjusting upward some of those projections because the funds are there. Enhancing revenues through growth-related application fees, and then state aid tax funding to increase the support of our general fund or operating budget, as well as capital projects. As I've always done, reducing line item expenditures and budgets year over year, right? Paper and pencils add up, so does travel and some other recurring items. Funding for a sewer connection program and home repair program. Addition of 2 new funds I mentioned, and then also funds for housing and land acquisition. So those dollars for housing and land acquisition are coming straight out of the general fund into those accounts.
Mark, can you speak to the reasons for the creation of the 2 new funds so that the public understands it?
Yes, sir. One important element is that I believe that it's important for us to manage the Community Development Corporation as a standalone entity. It is nonprofit, established by council. the board placed by you, the exec director hired by the town in conjunction with the board. Having that fund as a standalone instead of somewhere baked into the general fund is a healthy way for me to manage that budget, a good way for you to understand the budget, and a great way for the community to understand the money in and the money out, right? Derived mostly from a state grant and a county grant. The housing fund, I just think it's important, as much as housing has become a priority and an element of your priorities. I do think that having a fund separate for housing allows us to, again, manage the revenue in and the expenditure out.
Thank you.
Same with capital projects, right? Same with stormwater, that enterprise fund, so to speak, derived from different revenues. And so in the budget, and you see that the personnel and benefits has increased. A little less than $2 million of that is for additional staff members. And you'll see where the new positions proposed, and I'll go through them, but it's important to show the value add, the start date, and a funding source, right? So the funding source is important for me to tell you that not all these positions are derived from property taxes or business licensing. A lot of it is from that transfer in of revenue that is causing us to be busier, right? Whether we're on the beach, at the park, on the street, or somewhere in between. So what I've proposed is Assistant Finance Director. I think that's self-explanatory. Mr. Troyer has asked me a couple years, year over year, for a little bit of help from a financial vision and implementation standpoint. I've asked for a Marketing Engagement Director to maximize our communication. I would like to bring all communication under one umbrella, fire department as well, the input and participation, as well as our work with our DMO. Beach facility tech, grounds crew, 2 construction project managers to execute our CIP projects. And some of these are fire rescue related, 2 firefighters, communications and marketing administration for fire rescue. That's for events, that's for recruiting, that's to share public information, that's to work in that regard. A fire inspector, a mechanic. The mechanic will work in fire rescue but service our entire fleet and help with the fleet. EMS lieutenant, and then two folks in the stormwater division, maintenance administrator and a stormwater utility inspector. And so you can see that the funding sources are clear, right? So stormwater inspector, as an example, that comes from the stormwater utility fee. Where else could I go to? Marketing and engagement director, ATAX and business license. Beach facilities tech, our beach fee, our ATAX fee, short-term rental, business license, and some property tax for diversity of their work.
All right. Can I ask questions? Just
Yeah.
point something out. If you look at those positions, I really appreciate you showing the funding sources. That really is very helpful, I think, to us and to the public. But as I look at the list, I see a lot of fire and rescue, which is almost half of our budget, not quite half of our, but a good chunk of our budget. And we have wonderful fire and rescue services here. So I'm glad to see the addition. And with our CIP projects, we're adding some construction project managers, which will be very helpful. So I'm kind of looking at, let's see where the positions are. And then there's some beach positions because we care about our beach and having good facilities. And then marketing and engagement director, and I noted the last part of it says participation in all aspects of city government, including the DMO. So that'll help us in our relationship with our marketing. So I'm liking the areas indeed in stormwater because stormwater management is a concern I know across the island, and our resiliency plan will help address that as well. So I like the categories, if you will, and thanks for giving us the list as well as the funding source.
Welcome. Thank you. This budget also will include several part-time and seasonal employees, right, through all departments, and so fully anticipate hiring some high school kids that are in some of our high schools here to come and help us, as well as some university students that are here for a short period of time on some internship work, as well as some part-time help, including, again, 3rd year in a row, our seasonal beach ambassadors. So Mill remains today, and a caveat, 23.1 mils is the proposed budget. We know that the reassessment year is right now. Mr. Troyer has been working with the county to truly understand schedule in that whole timeline. So for today, I'd like to simply say that schedule is a TBD, but we know that's in our future, right? The goal is to always roll back millage for a rev neutral, if that's your will, but that is TBD in the coming weeks, perhaps the next 30, 60 days as well. But the mill is still proposed in the budget as 23.1. You see it came down from 28.1 a couple of years ago. Our mill value projected continues to rise. 2024 mill value is $985,000, and I'll show you on here. It's just growth. Last year, as we talked, 940. This year, potential or projected 985. So how does that affect our property tax bill, right? It's a great reminder of how much work we can do with these transfers in. So a property tax bill, we've always used $500,000, and somebody said to me, show me the $500,000 house here. But in the market's changed. So whether it's a 500, a million, 750, or a condo for less, you'll see that at least our operations here at that mill value and rate, we show that on a $500,000 home, $344 comes to operations, $118 goes to debt. We use state A-tax, and so I think it's important as we look at our budget, consolidated rev, we show that A-tax has increased year over year, especially the last 4 years, and we're projecting, again, the DMO work, we're moving and putting this year and last year more A-tax into our capital program, more A-tax into the community, as well as more A-tax, South Carolina A-tax, into our general fund operating. So how do we use our A-tax? In the proposed budget in front of you, you'll see, and this is a big step in what I'm proposing to you, that state A-tax is in the general fund at $3.5 million, and in the capital program at $3 million. And so up there you can see, I won't read them all, where we're using the dollars for public safety, facilities management, cultural arts, as well as our capital projects. Local A-tax also is in our, not as a transfer in, but it's in our general fund with a revenue this year proposed for about $7 million projected. And you see collectional A-tax for code enforcement, facilities maintenance, fire rescue, road maintenance, and cultural arts. And so we're really investing those A-tax type dollars. So that's consolidated, right? Revenue, expenditure, some highlights, and some explanation of some of these recurring and non-budget revenues that transfer in. So the general fund accounts for and reports the financial resources of our operating fund. It's the primary source of revs are prop tax, business license, local A-tax, and permit fees, and includes our basic ops, public safety, interagency partnership funding. So it's our operating account. You see in here, and I won't go through all of these same numbers because they're almost, to a degree, very similar to that consolidated, but you'll see the general fund proposed is $57,980,000. You'll see that property tax increase, 918, local A-tax 2.2, business license up 1.8, permit fees up 1.2, and investments as well as public safety EMS. State A-tax, you see into the general fund an investment of 3.5, up $1 million from last year. And then we are using prior year funds, right? A lot of times those prior year funds go into fund balance, but our prior year funds this year are really a transfer forward for a lot of the land management ordinance and planning work that's going on. So rather than try to dip into a fund or find new funds, we simply know that those funds will propose to transfer over because we'll have contracts in place. And you'll also have prior year funds is the $1 million that last year town council voted to put $1 million into housing for. So those, we're just finally catching up with all those numbers, all those revenues into this year's budget. So a couple highlights of revenue. After 2 years of record high collections, our projections are moderate. I'm still confident about that. Our local A-tax rev increased 2.2. Property tax rev increased 918, and business license increased. And you see here that we're using business license funds for operating and personnel, our web enhancements and support, funds last year to put our website to be a translation, a Spanish translation, our online portal payment programs, Office of Cultural Affairs and Programming, and then we're also using it as an investment into some maintenance of island pathways, open space roadways. And so I think it's important that I show you the tie to revenues collected for business license and an investment right back into those programs that help those businesses. State aid tax funding, all inclusive, the state formula, general fund total of 3.5, short-term rental permit fee up almost $900,000 this year than last, and we're investing that as we told you we would, straight back into the programs that are affected and that serve the short-term rental program: software hosting, admin, code enforcement, legal, operating costs. EMS services increase due to the rate increase and an increase in call volume, investment increase, self-explanatory, and we're also proposing a new residential plan review fee equal to 50% of the permit fee. I know I talked to you about several fee increases, but I've brought forward 2 plan review fees, one for a residential plan set as well as stormwater. Don't need to really dive into this, but I think it's important. At least it'll be online and you can peruse through this if you'd like, but you can see that our revs are always going up. And so property tax, local aid tax, business license dipping a little bit this year, but you'll see this year proposed 12.4 over 10 in 23. And so and 3 years ago, our numbers were a couple million less. Franchise fees, about the same. Permit numbers are up, and that includes the short-term rental permit fees, all inclusive, $1.7 million, as well as a new plan set review fee, close to 300 in our first year. EMS revs up, investment, other revs, that's intergovernmental grants, beach services, miscellaneous. I mentioned earlier that our estimates are conservative, our revenues are often underestimated, and we aren't spending the full budget. Our expenditure is often, and always, should say always, less than budget. And you can see that here. So total revs versus total expenditures in 20, total revs versus expenditures in 22, 23. We're just projecting right now to meet budget. I would imagine this will change drastically, and we're projecting a budget this year proposing 57.9. General fund policy, just real quick on this. This should put us at ease and confident that our general fund reserve policy limits, right? You could see the lower limit, the gray, the upper limit, the blue, and our actuals. What we've done is we've increased that fee, or increased the basement and the ceiling. If you look at it, it was 25 and 30. We increased it to 35 and 40, and then we increased it to 45 and 55, and we are within that expectation and that expected range. So from a percentage standpoint and a dollar standpoint. Proposed general fund expenditures: salary and benefits, operating, contracted public safety, which is the Beaufort County Sheriff's fee that we still continue to include in this budget, as well as the beach services. Affiliated agency request at $2.3 million. The budget for a total of 54. As part of the total revenue of 57.9. A proposal to take $2 million of those dollars and put it into a housing fund, transfer out of general fund into housing fund, and then also transfer into a land acquisition account dollars. So of our operating dollars, I've proposed to take $1 million of that and put it in a land acquisition account rather than only rely upon real estate transfer fee and only rely upon some of those other sources we've traditionally relied upon. A little bit of playing offense here. It's $1 million. It's a start. towards a whole bunch of other dollars that I think will start paying dividends. And so you see a general fund budget expenditure proposed 57.9. Mention the positions. Again, town management really in the exec office, most likely reporting to either assistant town manager or deputy, the marketing engagement director, an assistant finance director, several positions in fire rescue, and several more in community development. Affiliated agency requests, a $2.8 million request, and you can see where the finance and administrative committee passed this forward. The process is that it would be looked at F&A with recommendations and then baked into the budget, and here you have those recommendations. That increased 2.29 last year and a 2.86 2.3, I apologize, instead of 2.8. Dive into all this, I'll save some for a workshop, but lean operating budget, comprehensive LMO code amendments, island-wide illustrative master plan, conditions and trends, I like the light show. Conditions and trends, district planning, future land use map, comp plan amendments. It seems like a big bucket of work. It is. It's so hard to just go straight from A to B to amend our land management ordinance without some real neighborhood scale planning in place that assesses stormwater, roadway, capacity, preferred land use, and a whole bunch of things in between. But there are dollars in the code and time on our clock and your strategic plan priorities with that. Permitting and plan review process improvements, I say we get better every day. We have great people here that care, a new customer service manager, someone like Chris Yates that's measuring permits and our expectations and how we're doing every day. Funding for our 360-year and 40-year celebration and music festival, as we talked about as strategic planning. A continued public safety enhancement, including addition of flock safety cameras, trail cameras, and then some calibrated salary adjustments to remain competitive in the public-private sectors. Made some adjustments to fire rescue positions and salaries last year. We're catching up with that this year with a full year. That's reflected. We'll continue to prioritize marketing and communications, and Chief Blankenship has said that he would and benefit from somebody that is in that business all the time for fire rescue. And I mentioned the bigger picture of that a little earlier. Continued expansion of our Christmas holiday lighting, enhancements to the community events, crescendo, lantern, earth, tree, and menorah. Increased funding for park maintenance, road maintenance, landscape maintenance, and corridor safety. I know that's important to you. You know that's important to the community, and my team knows that's very important to me. Focus on beach operations. I remind us, 2 years ago, we didn't have a beach team. Our beach team right now is only 2 people, and we are doing so much, right? We're managing 12-ish miles of public beach on the Atlantic Ocean with 2 folks that really care, but without their partnerships, it would feel like 2 people. So great community partnerships, but we're gonna increase our awareness and our operations on the beaches again this year. And then transferring $1 million to land acquisition, as I mentioned. A commitment to recruiting and retaining. I put in the budget up to 4% performance-based salary increases effective July. A little increase in tuition reimbursement. There are only a few people in our organization that are benefiting from that tuition reimbursement. Wellness reimbursement, a $300 per employee, and then continuation of our program, right? Our employee benefits program, which I think is second to none. If somebody's watching and needs a job, call me. We have a great benefit program. But we're proposed to continue those. So that's general fund. That's the operating account. Going? Okay. Stormwater. Accounts for and reports financial resources for our stormwater Expenditures, including staffing and operations, our inventory and modeling, master planning and routine maintenance, and capital projects. A couple years ago, I started to take stormwater as proposed and with your adoption, took stormwater revenue out of the budget and dumped it into the capital improvement program. And so you'll see more of that in this budget proposal. Our goal is to improve and sustain our stormwater infrastructure, our water quality within all watersheds and subwatersheds. And a big part of our conversation is starting to become, and as part of this budget, an island resilience plan. Primary source of revenues are stormwater utility fees. So that in the proposed budget, utility fees as derived currently is a $5.1 million projected revenue. We're using some prior year funds for one-time projects, not for operating, not for people, but for project, some investment income, and then as a proposal, plan review fee. So for a total of 5.885. See, the majority of this budget revenues come from our fees. The highlights of the budget, proposed new fee schedule to support an unfunded federal and state water quality reg, right? The NPDES permit. It is a state mandate, but unfunded. A stormwater rate study is planned for FY24, but I will say that we're not going to propose to not start that until our resilience plan is in place. 2 new full-time employees, as I talked about earlier. Majority of the funds are for maintenance, routine and corrective, and capital projects. We work hard to have a lean operating budget in stormwater, but we're starting to do more with our funds because we're using additional funds as well for some of those stormwater enhancement projects. And a goal that is important to you and me, more transparency in our project development, and I call it project routine or corrective maintenance as well. So you'll see that our fee is the highest, right? So if you took a look at Beaufort County, City, Beaufort, Port Royal, Bluffton, our fee as a rate, $150 based upon these formulas, is the highest. And it's why I haven't proposed to touch that fee, especially knowing that we have a resilience plan, we have use of ATAX, and we have all these other transfer in dollars. Recommending though, for a revenue source, adding a fee for this permit, the NPDES plan review and inspection fee. Our current annual cost, if we just add it up, is about $166,000. And I know, and I think a lot of us know, a lot of my calls from you and from the community are stormwater related, inspection related. I want to make an investment and improve that inspection, not just playing defense, but offense. As we adjust the rate, I think our annual cost would be about $372,000 by adding some more people and investing more of our time into the program. That's the summary of the fee. So we broke it down by some comparison in the region, under 1 acre, pool spas, demos, and over 1 acre. And again, please absorb this, take a look at this, and I'd like to have a conversation about it at the workshop for tonight. The budget expenditure, self-explanatory, salaries and benefits went up. That's because there's additional folks in the 4%, operating up a little bit, and you'll see that we continue to pay off debt, transfer out to general fund, transfer out almost $900,000 to CIP. See where our expenditures are, they're well diversified. Our program delivery is tending to get better. Water quality, LMO compliance, MS4 permit, but a lot of the work is explained right here. But that is our program in and of itself. It's important to know that we talk a lot about public systems, right, outside the gates, POA systems inside the gates, so private public systems. You'll see the work out here. In a public system, we're maintaining and improving town right-of-ways, easements, properties, and inside the gates, we're doing work where we have agreements. 23 corrective maintenance projects for 24, 9 public, 14 private, and again, based upon those agreements. But then also breaking down where they are. And so I said to you earlier, I want there to be very clear transparency in project development. I think it's time we also get together, perhaps as a workshop coming up. I know that time is limited, but a workshop to really dive into our work. Great work by Sean, by Brian McElwee, by Jeff Netzinger and Buckaloo and the whole team. So 9 public system maintenance projects, they're listed out. 14 private system agreement system maintenance projects. Then an approximate $400,000 cost for a resilience plan this year. A SWOT analysis, measuring that program against climate action goals, developing a plan that's policy-based, project-based, a lot of community input, and then an ability to have some opinion of probable cost on some of these solutions so that I'd be able to tell you how to accelerate investment if that's your choosing. $860,000 transferred out to capital projects. The projects are here, so I'm listing them here, but also showing them in the capital program, which, as we know, capital programs are the categories: unit cost over 5K, except roads, buildings, computer software. That threshold's 50. This budget is self-explanatory. I think we all know what it is. It's our capital improvement project program. It's a 5-year program, but we always budget in year 1. And so there's a process. We review prior year projects. We carry them forward. We consider internal projects, things I hear from you, things I see, things the team sees. Take a look at the available funds. We talk with Parks and Rec. We have Planning Commission prioritize the projects and for you to review and decide upon as part of that process. Our program proposed this year $39.9 million as a proposed budget, down from last year, but that doesn't mean we're doing less. It means we've built some things from last year. We just had a ribbon cutting yesterday, and we're programming what I would say, in my opinion, this year more than last even, is a more realistic number of what we can either design, permit, and get under construction, some of which will get built, some of which would just need to be under construction. So those dollars need to be in this year's account. Again, a significant transfer in addition to H-tax, which are for fire trucks, in addition to some of that capital sale of land from a fund balance. But mostly our CIP program is based upon these transfers in, which is phenomenal. In a good use and diversifying of these funds. So you see the programs. We try to say and manage each program. So I like to say that our budget is program-based and priority-based. But you can see the beach program investment, fiscal year 24, 4.5, pathway 4.8, roadway 6.2, parks 9.1, facilities and equipment 6.5, fleet 8.3. That's the fire trucks that's already been voted on. And then some soft costs for land acquisition administration, knowing that there's a land fund.
Ask a question. The slide where you were, yes, that one right there. So housing, it's not that we're not doing housing, it's just transferred to the housing fund.
Yes, yes.
Sure thing. Anything else on your notes we want me to catch?
That housing account was transferred out of capital projects into its own housing account. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our capital projects diversified amongst the island. I think this is an important map and a pin drop to show where those projects are. I won't get into these details, but it is in the presentation. You can see that as you look at it, as the community looks at it as well, take a look at the fiscal year 23 carry forward. Example, Dreesen, new funds for a total for Dreesen Beach Park Boardwalk enhancement of 806. What's also important is this project scope, replacement of boardwalk and construction of overlook pavilion at Dreesen Beach Park. There's still a lot of work to do there, but that's the scope of the project. And so more of the same throughout it all: pathways, roadways, dirt roads included, William Hilton Parkway enhancements included. I know we need to come back to the drawing board on some of these road segments and sectors and different pieces of the road, especially in front of the Oaks and Northridge. When we get through budget and adopt strat plan and get through some of these workshops, our very next workshop, as I spoke with the mayor, will be workshops to put those in front of you again to see if we can make some decisions. Main Street is included in that, as well as a couple of parks. Those programs, right, we're going to move forward with you, and as you take a look at those and approve the plans, we're getting ready to implement the project. More of the same. Am I going too fast on there? That's not in my notes, but yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Can you back up to the slide that shows parks there? So if one were interested in pickleball, for instance, we're going to be having a CIP, a capital projects workshop on May 11. You have the right date?
Yes,
at
ma'am.
1 p.m. But if one wanted to look for where might there be pickleball courts, would that be where you'd find it?
You may find it in one of the plans that you will adopt in the coming months, right? So if we remember, we took a look at a rackets facility quickly. We took a look at Chaplin Park. We had some pickleball planned there, or at least schematically designed there. We're also looking at some other locations. The Adriana Lane, right? If we could convert that, once we own that from the county, I know that my team led by Brian McElwee already has a few different bids on that project to completely resurface. So we'll know what that cost is. We could expand there if that's your choosing. So it's not pickleball court on this map, but it could be baked into your program. You also have in here, and it's a great question, Mid-Island, Chaplin, Crossings, Shelter, Chaplin, Linear, Patterson, Taylor, Barker. Could say 2 courts belong at Barker. You also have in here rec center, public art, general park enhancements. We also know that we keep funds, right? $250,000 in Old Schoolhouse Park, renovation of existing pickleball courts and basketball courts and site improvements.
That's what I wanted to ask about.
We already baked $250,000 into this, knowing that pickleball is important to us. We put a small patch job on the project, lesson learned, but we don't own the site. So in this program is anticipating that transfer, that land ownership transfer to us. Full disclosure, there's a snafu with a land transfer with some sort of easement, right of way, I should say encroachment permit at the Cross Island. So I know that we're working closely, Curtis, Josh, closely with the county to make that work, and we're pushing on that. Bristol Sports, we've got some fun, we have some funds in there. Excuse me, we have funds in there to make some improvements there as well to the rink, the basketball, the skate, and then some park management and contingency is in here as well.
I don't want to get sidetracked off onto parks during this portion of it. But we keep talking about Adriana. How much land is there that we have?
I don't know. I don't know how many acres, although
It seems about 7 or 8 acres.
Brian, how many courts are at that Adriana? 4? Tennis courts, but there's room for more. County asset, so yeah. Great question for the workshop next week, Brian. We'll have an answer ready for you at the workshop.
Thank you.
Thank you for your help. And again, I'm going through this for time's sake today, but also knowing that we're going to have a workshop on this next week. No, we're looking at a 5-year capital plan. By no means is this fully funded. We know that the programs are expanding, the team is in place. I believe in this team. The team's Jen, some program management, and 3 project managers right now. In this budget proposed, it would be 5 project managers. And the skill set of the new project managers would be construction project managers more so than our current skill set today. And then as we look at our 5-year capital plan, by no means are you voting on, or am I asking you to entertain this, but as we take a look at these projects and programs over the state law required 5-year program, it's a major investment, and I know that we're going to talk about funding and revenue streams post-budget as well.
One more thing, these detailed charts that you're just running through, and I appreciate, there's so much detail in them, but there's a carry forward from this fiscal year and then a projection for fiscal year we're talking about, and then also for fiscal year 25. So showing a multi-year capital program. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
And then this is our attempt to just start laying out numbers on a page that will build the goals that we have in place. But I always look at a 5-year capital improvement program, but I'm laser focused on year one. Every single year is a new year one. And so this year, $39.993 million. Debt service, self-explanatory. It accounts for the accumulation of payment of our interest and principal on our long-term debt. Our long-term debt as well as our special revenue debt. And you can see the primary sources of revenue: property taxes, beach preservation fees, hospitality fees, tax increment financing funds, and the real estate transfer fee. And so revenues of 17.397. The natural disaster bonds were paid in full last fiscal year. You see that the revenues, the sources of revenue on a chart. Property taxes support less than 1/3 of our annual debt payments for the town. Fabulous. And so you see this here, proposed expenditures, principal 12.9, so 13 million, interest 2.8, new debt. What we did is put in here new debt, anticipating or at least projecting that we will at least entertain some debt, and that, if you needed to, would take care of those interest costs of the proposed new debt for some time. But you'll also see in here, last year, principal 16 million paid, year prior 15 million paid. And so we're getting ourselves in a great place. All the different sources of debt, our GEO bonds, our special obligation bonds, our stormwater bonds, a total of $78.4 million of debt, down drastically here. Interesting too, as we start looking at this final line where the terms come due, 26, 25, 24, 25, 25. So debt reduction, 15 million in 21, 15, 23, 15.8, 24. I think I mentioned a lot of this stuff already. The town will issue a lease for the fire trucks. The lease payments are built in the general fund fire rescue budget as a signal that our replacement is a priority and expected. We're in stormwater bonds are paid through the stormwater fund, and the budget proposes to keep the debt service millage the same. Funds, almost done.
Just one quick thing I think the public would be interested in knowing, and that is we've been paying our debt substantially over the last 5 years. This will be the 6th year, greatly reducing our debt.
New fund accounts for those corporation priorities. Town Council adopted a Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhood Community Development Corp. Late last year. Boards placed. Funds. South Carolina grant. Thank you, Senator Davis, and everybody that helped with that. Thank you, Mr. Greenway and Beaufort County Council, for putting that Good Neighbor Fund together. We took $500,000 as well from the county, put a couple $100,000 into a different account, and kept $343,000 here for overhead for the corporation. We can get off the ground without touching that $5 million account. When we applied to the state, they asked us how we potentially would spend the dollars. What we said was, here is the chart of revenues, personnel, operating, professional services, grants, cap outlay, and projects. Once a board's in place, this needs to be refined. These are placeholders right now. I know that we'll work together to figure out the best investment so that there's a good return. We have there is a first meeting of the Gullah Geechee May 17th, so stay tuned. What we'll do is we'll adopt the bylaws, and I'll bring to them an update and start working with them to start interviewing an executive director.
And the purpose of this Economic Development Corporation is to showcase the Gullah Geechee culture here, to improve facilities, and to lessen the impact of modernization.
Investment in the Gullah Geechee historic neighborhood, businesses, people, with some plans to invest those dollars to do that, to do such. All of that already. In our housing fund. So, source of revenue for our housing fund, Town Council voted last year to put $1 million. It was mid-year. It was November. As Town Council adopted the November 1 Finding Home Plan, it was also asked that we attach $1 million to that initiative. This year I put another $1 million into it. I took the capital project funds of $1 million, the American Rescue Plan funds that I know we have earmarked for North Point, as well as some transfer from capital projects from prior year money, and I put it all in one place. It's much easier for me to manage. It's much easier for me to work with you on. $3.35 million revenues, general fund investment. Expenditures proposed are simply, for now, the North Point of $1 million, and I know we're talking about that. I will be with you in exec session middle of May, and I anticipate announcing and awarding the RFP in very early June on North Point. So stay tuned. Those dollars will be pledged more directly very soon. But then housing initiatives to be identified, $2.263 million. And then also a payment of year one for the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust Fund dues of $86. So just some highlights. A new fund, $1 million transfer last year, $1 million placement this year, $1 million from ARPA, $350 from CAP projects, funding the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust Fund, and some new initiatives, TBD, by Town Council, for a total budget of $129,950,000. May 2nd, tonight, public hearing, first reading, 2 workshops, budget ordinance, second and final reading, and another public hearing. And I also know that we at some point will need to come back and calibrate millage based upon our work that we're doing with Beaufort County schedule, again, TBD.
Okay, awesome, thank you. And you kept pretty close to an hour. That was good. So we do need a motion and a second on this to move forward.
I will make a motion. Council approve the first reading of the proposed ordinance adopting the municipal budget for the town of Hilton Head Island for the fiscal year 2024 ending June 30th, 2024.
Second.
Okay, discussion from council.
Well,
Tucker?
thank you. And thank you, Mark. It was a very comprehensive presentation. I hope everyone was able to see how thoughtful it was put together. There are some things that I'd like to highlight, as Ms. Bryson had mentioned during the presentation. Over the past years, Hilton Head Island has made a concerted effort to be fiscally responsible, to conservatively use your money, to put it where it best met the needs of the town, and positioned us for the future, and paid down our debt, all of which I think is critically important for us to do and for us to continue to do. I would make no changes with regard to that. I do have issues, as you know, because throughout our earlier meetings, I was concerned with the number of new hires and the expansion of government. It is not in line with the way I see government running. I think that you did sharpen your pencil a little bit, but for me, not enough. And so I'd like to see more work being done there. Additionally, the other thing that I want to point to at this moment is that I do see that there's a discussion later on about the expectation of a adjustment in the millage after reassessment. However, that's to balance for a neutral. That doesn't provide relief back to the town, residents and taxpayers. And I believe with this size budget, we ought to be looking for places, and I can identify some as we move forward. I'm looking forward to those conversations. Identified some places where we can take dollars and return them back to taxpayers. It's the right thing to do, and in this economic environment nationally, it is the appropriate time to be doing it now. And so I look forward to those further discussions. Thank you, John, and everyone else who helped put together this presentation, and I look forward to the continuing discussions.
Any other comments, Glenn?
I would just say this is an excellent and thorough presentation. We'll look forward to the workshops where we can get in and do refinements, but I think you've laid it out so that I understand it. I think the other people up here understand it, and now the public is exposed to it. And so that's all very good. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Brad?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Orlando, great job. We really appreciate the work of your team. I want to make sure the public is aware that since I have sat in this seat, Mr. Orlando has taken time with his staff to meet with each one of the council members individually prior to presenting this. And I want to say out loud that we duly appreciate that, because they're not necessarily surprises on the screen as we go through this first step. I'd also want to commend Mr. Orlando and the staff. As we went through our strategic planning workshop, we realized that we have a lot of challenges before us. And in order to get on the other side of those challenges, it's going to cost us money. So I really appreciate you have aligned this budget with those priorities. Sure, there's an increase, but we have an increase in expectations and things that we need to get done. So I too, I'm looking forward to the discussions that we're going to have at the workshop level. I invite the public to stay engaged as we go through those discussions, because here's the opportunity for this municipality to put our money where our mouth is as far as getting some things done that we absolutely have to maintain the quality of life that we expect here in Hilton Head. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Patsy?
Sure, I'll weigh in. Again, thank you, and thanks to your staff. I know a lot of hard work goes into this before we have a conversation one-on-one. So I appreciate your staff and all of their hard work in putting together the numbers. It's having done it myself many years ago, it's hard work. And I do appreciate that. But I really appreciate seeing the same millage rate, but improved services. And the total amount is increased largely to the $5 million that came from the state for the CDC, for the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhood Community Development Corporation. The other thing is that those who came before us at our last town council meeting urging more attention to workforce housing, I hope that they paid attention today to show the new housing fund of over $3 million with some projects to be identified in the future. And I know that we are pushing forward with finding a staff to help us manage that program. Look forward to that. And also pay attention to the North Point announcement that we hope to hear more about that soon. So thank you for that. And I think having the 6 separate funds that way helps us keep track, especially of the housing fund and where the money is and where it's going. So thank you for that.
James?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Town Manager, I want to say I support this budget in a big way, and let me explain why. I would characterize it as a strategic commitment to raising the quality of life for residents. Why do I say that? I think there is a recognition that the reputation, appeal, value of Hilton Head Island was established early on because of a very high ratio of capital investment for amenities related to the number of people that were going to enjoy those amenities. And I think that the town of Hilton Head Island as a town did not keep up with that ratio over the last several decades. I just think that the population grew faster than our willingness to invest capital to maintain the quality and number of amenities on this island. So I think that this budget is a commitment to repositioning Hilton Head, both in terms of its brand and in terms of its enjoyment by residents and the experience that visitors will be able to enjoy as well. So I really congratulate you and the staff because of the creativity that you have shown in establishing revenue sources that don't lean on the property taxes of residents. You have done an extraordinary job in that regard, and it allows me to say I support this budget because we are able in this community to reinvest in a big way for the benefit of our citizens. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Strauss.
It's one thing to campaign for particular projects. It's another thing to establish a priority list of 15 items or so, but nothing really happens unless you put the dollars behind that. And I think you've done an excellent job of listening to what are the community's priorities and putting the funds behind them.
Yeah, so as a newbie up here, I think that the way that this budget has been presented, sitting with staff, each one of us individually helped us understand the direction and all the revenue sources and all the expenditures and how it's all put together. I appreciate how you went to each department head and asked them to provide a budget without you putting a cap on it. You come in and tell me what you need. And then we all had input on that. I agree that this is allowing us to reinvest in our community in a way that it hasn't been done in a long time. And to be sustainable, we have to reinvest in our community through infrastructure, through program attributes, through safety, through management, through cost cutting, which some of these hires I understand will help with cost cutting. So I too do support this budget and appreciate what everybody has done to bring it here today. So I can't applaud you all enough for that. So any other last comments from the council? Seeing none? Yep. We will open it up to public comment. Mr. Hoagland.
Folks, we're in big trouble, and I'm here to help. Town budgets and audits are a fraud. No accounting on millions of overcharged legal fees hidden by dishonest town CPA and lawyers, millions of aid tax funds handed to the chamber, plus millions of hospitality tax usage has disappeared. Green Finney auditor was hired by violators Orlando, Gruber, both caught committing illegal acts with CPA Troyer in tow. They call this a positive budget independent audit. There could not be further from the truth. This is not an external independent financial audit or a budget. It's an internal audit, a budget hired by town insiders, done by town insiders, and paid with tax funds to hide and cheat taxpayers. Budget and audit only shows what insiders want us to see. Only a true independent external forensic audit shows the real numbers on how and where tax funds were illegally used and wasted. People are often confused about the difference between a financial statement audit prepared by insiders and a detailed external audit. This Green Finney audit will not analyze every transaction or look for fraud specifically. I called Green Finney and asked, do they agree with my assessment? And they said, we do. A forensic audit, on the other hand, is conducted by a forensic audit expert specifically designed to uncover fraud, waste, illegal criminal use, and issue of tax funds, where we have already caught these town employees, Gruber, Orlando, and Coltrane, doing. Mr. Orlando, do you and Troyer and the lawyers agree to a forensic audit today? If not, why not? And if you have nothing to hide, you'll agree to that. The fact is, this entire town council has never seen the accounting to identify the illegal tax use. Alex Brown, head of Finance Committee, will accomplish nothing. He has no accounting background. Let me help you with a statistic. Never in the history of the entire United States has a forensic audit been conducted on a town government, a chamber, a school district, where wrongdoing, waste, and fraud was not discovered and prison the result most of the time. The AG and FBI needs to act on this town fraud. Now we end up with a part-time mayor who has stated we don't need any transparency from the chamber. Passed Lennox schemed to hide ATAX accounting for Bill Miles of the chamber, including the lawyers Finger and Coltrane, who drafted a fraudulent contract to hide these $11 million. Now Perry and Brown are doing the same. Lawyers are also allowing the chamber to use tax funds for private purposes and profit. It's also illegal under state South Carolina law, and the reason the town was sued for issuing $600,000 to Sea Pines for the dredging of Harbortown. We must stop this tax theft. It is illegal to use public monies for private purposes that's not for the public good, reason, use, and benefit. It's illegal. And we need to understand much more. And this council has not one CPA.
Thank you, Mr. Holden.
None of them.
Do we have anybody else?
Hi, Mayor, council members, and Mr. Orlando. Appreciate this presentation. It's extremely helpful. Since this is the first time as a public to hear this presentation, I don't have statements, I have questions. The first questions I want to understand is that if my understanding is correct, so basically you direct some A-tax and H-tax money to go into CIP, and then the CIP will then carve out housing fund from the CIP. So I have two questions. The first question is, CIP usually is a one-off deal. So with that funding, the $2 million housing fund, is that a one-off or is it going to be continuous for the next year as well? Because again, CIP to me is just a one-off deal. And the second question I have is usually, according to the law, state law, A-tax and H-tax are used for tourism-related expenditures. So with this housing funds and with the other funding, the unidentified projects that you're going to spend on, are those related to tourism, or do you have to change the law with S-284 in order for you to do that? So those are the two questions I have. And the third question I have is, in terms of having a separate housing fund, how much that money is going to be used for actual releasing the burden of workforce, and how much is going to be used for government agencies to administer those efforts. So those are questions I don't expect an answer today, but I would love to see, as council members get together to discuss all this, and then whole public as well to be involved, because it's important to us as a resident, because we support government participation with workforce housing, but also all of you campaigned on maintaining Hilton Head, and then we don't want to have overdevelopment, because certainly we don't want another Aqua Terra in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thanks, Janet.
Mayor, as Alex Cruden, as a owner of residential property on Hilton Head Island since 2003, I would really like to I would commend the intelligence and the thoroughness and the context with which this budget has been assembled. Higher expectations, great. I just want to thank you all for the consideration on the entirety of this, as well, of course, as possible pickleball courts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cruden. Next, Christian, I see you standing up back there.
First of all, for one, I appreciate everything that you guys do. Honorarium you receive is a pittance compared to the amount of time that you put in and the time you take to speak with citizens, which isn't on the books. Mr. Orlando did an outstanding job. I'm going to approach my comments from a little bit different perspective. Many of the things that are in this budget are designed to attract residents and tourists and visitors. Remember how they have to get here as you make these improvements. Time you make an improvement, it means that more workers have to come over the bridge, more tourists come over the bridge, more visitors come over the bridge, employees come over the bridge. My next topic. I noted, and I may have missed it, that there was a 4% merit increase for staff. There isn't a COLA in there too. That's a pittance. Social Security went up by 8%, January 1. Every house went up in value on Hilton Head Island. Every rental went up. Gas is on its way up again. It'll be $4 over the summer before you know it. If your most valuable asset, besides the people who live here, is your staff, and you need to take care of them, and you need to make sure you have a package that attracts them here, and the valued ones keeps them here. Look at that and make sure that you're not burning out the folks that are left here. Have enough in there to keep good folks and attract good folks. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, Zendaya, will you call the roll, please?
No, let me make a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I move council, did I already?
You already did.
Okay, sorry about that.
Zendaya, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mr. Alfred?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
At this time, no, for the reasons I stated in my comments. I hope to get to yes.
Okay. Mr. Brown?
Support.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Thank you. All right, unfinished business. Missy Lewick, Assistant Community Development Director, is present to discuss proposed ordinance 2023-09, amending Title 16 of the Municipal Code of the Town of Hilton Head Island, the land management ordinance to remove divisible dwelling units as an accessory use and to modify multifamily and single-family definitions.
At some point, could we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, y'all want to do that now?
Sure.
We'll take a 5-minute break real quick.
Thank you.
Director. Today we have second reading of an LMO of our 5-phase LMO amendment project. This amendment is the removal of divisible dwelling units as an accessory use and changes proposed to modify our multifamily and single-family definitions. This was before Town Council for first reading on April 18 and was voted unanimously to move forward to second reading, which is before us today. The changes to the definitions for single-family and multifamily changes the definition for single-family currently is described as 2 or 1 or 2 units on a parcel. It clarifies it such that single-family is for 1 unit on a parcel, and then multifamily becomes 2 or more. Divisible dwelling units are commonly referred to as lockout rooms, and they're an accessory use that's only permitted in Caligny Resort and Resort Development Districts, and those are recommended for removal. I can answer any questions that you have. We made a full presentation on this last month. Please let me know if you have any questions about this amendment.
Do we have a motion?
Yes. I move council approve the second reading of the proposed ordinance 2023-09, amending Title 16 of the Municipal Code of the Town of Hilton Head Island, the Land Management Ordinance, to remove divisible dwelling units as an accessory use and to modify multifamily and single-family definitions.
Second. Okay. Any discussion from council? Any discussion from the public? Mr. Hoagland?
I just very simply going to say we're going to have to do a lot more. The traffic, the overdevelopment, the environmental destruction, the overcrowding, we got to do everything we can because we've reached the limit. And I just hope that y'all will vote unanimously on everything that has anything to do with helping save what we have. I wish you best of luck.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else from the public have a comment? Seeing none, Zendaya, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mr. Alfred?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Mr. Hoagland, I think you're, yeah. There we go. Okay, new business. Mr. Gruber, Deputy Town Manager, is present to provide information on the consideration of a resolution approving the 2023-24 Hilton Head Island Destination Marketing Organization Marketing Plan and Budget. The DMO's marketing plan and budget that previously was presented to the F&A Committee, Finance Administrative Committee, on April 18th. At that meeting, the committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of this resolution. They also expressed a desire to receive additional information regarding questions that had been discussed concerning the proposed budget. They requested that the DMO provide Town Council with additional information in greater detail to resolve these questions. Mr. Gruber.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of Town Council. The town currently contracts with the Hilton Head Bluffton Chamber of Commerce to serve as its destination marketing organization as required by state statute. Under our existing contract, the DMO is required to provide us with an annual marketing plan and corresponding budget. That process typically starts with a submission of their proposed marketing plan and budget to the town's Accommodations Tax Advisory Review Committee. That occurred back on April 18th of this year. That meeting was then forwarded to the town's Finance and Administrative Committee with a recommendation to approve. The town's Finance and Administrative Committee met on this matter a couple of weeks ago, and at that meeting did recommend to move this item to Town Council, but at that meeting there were several questions and requests for additional clarification and information on the budget that had been submitted. Staff has been working with representatives of the DMO on this matter since that time to help refine that. And so at this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Ariana Pernice with the VCB to come up and provide that information to you.
Okay, thank you.
Ariana Pernice from the Hilton Head Island Bluffton Chamber of Commerce. I'm here to speak to the 30% DMO marketing dollars, and many of you at the council, as well as mayor and town manager, as well as staff, and our team have been working alongside one another for the past several months. So hopefully this is a recap. Happy to stop and get into the details of any particular aspect, but would love to share with you where we have landed in terms of our marketing plan for fiscal year 24. In partnership, we have come to understand and want to articulate things that we have been working on together regarding tourism promotion for the past several years. I mean, when I came in 2015, these were priorities, but we're actually pulling these forward and articulating them in our presentation so we are all on the same page. We like to define those first with our values: arts and culture, ecotourism, history, recreation, and wellness. There's many attributes that fall under each one of those categories or values. However, we've tried to summarize them, but understand that those are going to be spoken to at length throughout all of our advertising and outreach efforts. But at the base of everything we do is the Community Cornerstone Plan. That plan has been instrumental in leading our efforts, not only for our 10-year management plan for the destination regarding tourism, but it has led us in the terms of where we're focusing and how we're pushing efforts regarding the destination into the out markets. So the Community Cornerstone Plan is really the foundation that we have worked in lockstep with the town and the town staff for over a year. And that piece supports the 6 program initiatives that you see around it: heritage, festival and events, wellness, recreation, meetings and groups, and arts and culture. This is a smaller one to read, but we tried brighter colors. So we wanted to show you how the year lays out. Throughout the fiscal year, we have always-on messaging. That always-on messaging really talks to all of the core values and attributes that we have spoken to at length, which is beach, ecotourism, wellness, recreation, arts and culture, history, and our Community Cornerstone Plan. Those will be always-on messaging that we're talking to our out markets 365 days a year. Throughout that time frame, though, we have campaigns that are specific and unique in terms of attributes to our destination that will kind of raise certain categories or campaigns throughout the year. As an example, during the July and August timeframe, we'll talk about the sea turtle conservation efforts. We'll talk deeply about arts and culture, festival and events. We'll talk about keeping our destination top of mind to a readership has a household income of the desired subset that we've talked about in the past. We'll talk about that sports, i.e. recreation component. Those efforts, again, remember, when someone's planning a trip, they're thinking 3 to 6 months out. So those might not scale according to when they might actually be doing it, but they're thinking about, when I come in 3 months, these are the things that are happening. And or we're talking about it in real time. As we know, we just kicked off sea turtle season just a couple days, or yesterday actually, so that will run through October. So there will be a large campaign that runs through that. One of the budget details that you've seen and looked at, we wanted to just bring forward. So with each one of those categories within our marketing plan, you're going to see that we have a scope and an execution. With the budget proposed, we are going to we'll have the opportunity to work more closely and on a deeper level with our media partners. One of the most recent pieces that we've put forward is the waters issue with Travel and Leisure, which had deep storytelling regarding not only the destination as a whole, but of our rich history and culture, some of our wonderful efforts that we do with all of our crescendo efforts and working closely with Natalie at the town, so on and so forth. And we take that approach and we work with the different platforms that you see down at the bottom of the page. Social media and digital marketing continue to be strong platforms for the destination in terms of out marketing. Depending on the campaign, depending on the market, we are reaching them, qualified visitor, and bringing them through the funnel with our different efforts regarding either our rich culinary, which talks more about our local seafood or our heritage, some of our cultural efforts. We talk about sea turtle season. We also keep the destination top of mind and having people vote and engage and share their memories. And so, though we are not specifically targeting one area, we are using marquee events, marquee moments within our destination that speak to all the unique attributes that we have, using those as key identifiers in the outmarket. And when we pull them through into our website, hiltonheadisland.org, they can talk and they can learn about the breadth of different businesses that are here and local community members that own those businesses that support those initiatives, whether that be culture, heritage, culinary, recreation, so on and so forth. We continue to work with our public relation efforts and my colleague internally, as well as with our agency, to have deeper engagement. I use the reference of the Today Show because it's a great example of to say we can do more of those as we understand the priorities that are being placed in front of those media outlets. We wanted to talk about not only being a top destination, but we want to talk about the nuances that make us unique. So those attributes about the turtles, about the oyster recycling, about our environment. Those are the pieces that we want to bring forward and have people on a larger scale, such as the Today Show, as an example that we can bring forward and highlight on a regular basis. We will continue to go after group sales and marketing, even though the world just opened again, and I know that's a little bit interesting to say because we were open for so much longer, the market as a whole when it comes to meetings and groups was not traveling. And so they are starting to emerge back and travel for business. They're actually increasing their stays, staying a little bit on the front end or perhaps on the back end. They're bringing friends with them or family. And so we want to engage them again, not only with our media opportunities with our website and placement within publications that they might be reading, but we also want to be able to go to those trade shows, get out the information about what we have to offer in terms of meeting and group space here in the destination. And international is back. We, obviously with COVID, that was not a segment that we would have gone after during that time frame. Our top markets continue to be Canada, UK, and Germany. Now we need to go full force into those markets and understand their nuances to come and fill our time frame of fall and winter. Those are desirable time frames for us, and we need to have them be able to make that choice when it comes to travel in and choose Hilton Head Island. We will continue our efforts to dive deeper into our photo and video assets. We want to show the destination seasonally. We want to show it a diverse destination. We want to show a rich destination in terms of all of our assets. And so that takes manpower and people out there kind of capturing it at all times, at all parts of the season, throughout the year. Collateral and fulfillment. We produce a book every single year, the coffee table book. Generally speaking, that's 85,000 copies post-COVID. We want to increase that to 90,000. It does really well for us and is actually a digital version and go a little deeper. But the interesting part about that is we talk about increasing these opportunities and going a little deeper with our assets, which have been asked of us. The print increase has also gone up by 36%. So to just get paper into print, it's up 36% year over year. So that's an incredible percentage increase that for us is one that we have to manage. And even if we weren't to increase from 85 to 90, the cost of increase of cost would still be there and apply to this piece. In terms of research and planning, we work very closely with our partners here at USCB and the College of Charleston to collect several different data touch points. Not only do we produce a visitor profile study, an economic impact report, we also support all of our partners that come through and need the data that comes from their festival and events. The price to work on those efforts has increased. It's gone from $500 to $1,500 per event, per day. So when we ask a partner in the supplemental realm if they have captured who's coming to their event, have they captured it and have they been able to afford that opportunity? We generally speaking share half the cost with them. And if they need multiple days, we also will share those opportunities with them. We know that HarborFest is going into wanting 5 weeks or 5 weeks on a Saturday, so 5 times. They want $5,000 worth of coverage for surveying. So we will support their efforts and help them maintain so they can ensure their supplemental dollars when requesting. The Community Cornerstone Plan continues to be the foundation of what we've built, and that's a 3-year plan. With that, we've seen in the platform or in the piece that we produced and have shared with you that we have that partnership with many other businesses and stakeholders within the community. It's imperative to know that those efforts will take over 3 years, and we'll continue to track and monitor our performance against that. Those tactics and KPIs that we've put forth. The 3 that I've pulled forward and the team will help to execute within this fiscal year will be deeper photo shoots that show the diversity and inclusion, inclusive of video, define and produce and promote local video series. We've talked at length about how we need to show the community side within tourism. People who visit, let's use the Marriott, for example. They are used to seeing the same doorman that they've seen for the past 20 years. We need to capture that story. We need to tell the stories of our neighbors and our community members that we talk with every day, but we're not sharing them on a larger scale. So we want to be able to develop and produce those. As well as working again with our partners at USCB to do that brand boot camp program and campaign. That's a very important aspect, part of the community plan that's so important. If you go into many other destinations, there is this kind of unspoken rally and support of their destination. They understand the rising tide lifts all ships and that they're all there together working towards a common good, that their number one economy is tourism. We want to produce, in partnership with USCB, that brand boot camp, and they do currently have an iteration of that. We've sat through and taken that course, and they have aligned with us to say, we'll use this as a foundation and build on, the aspects that make more tourism-related efforts and could be a seal that sticks on there. So again, developing the campaign, producing the campaign, creating the collateral that will go along with the campaign, and letting people know that they're certified. They've taken this brand boot camp, and they are all things tourism. But we can do all that, but I think we need to talk a little deeper about how we measure success. I think this is an important piece. We are always establishing programs, metrics, and goals. We're researching and testing, continually monitoring, tracking, and adjusting as needed in real time. There's partner feedback that we receive, and we can always use those as communication tools back and forth, but we also deliver results, apply learnings, and best practices. At a high level, that's what we do every single day. But I think it's important that we talk about all the different touch points that we have, because I think as we work in partnership to understand all the different metrics that were being used to measure success, there are a few different pieces. So first and foremost, we report out to the town of Hilton Head Island on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, on an annual basis, and an on-demand basis. That's just generally overview of what we do regarding metrics. However, in addition to that, we are bound by our contractual deliverables, and there are 13 of them. Those 13 metrics are reported on annually every year to the town of Hilton Head in a book, and they report not only on the current calendar year, but they report out on 5 years worth of information. And so at any point in time, you can go into this book. We present on it every single year to ATAX and now to Finance and Administration, so this is one touch point. As an example, when we look at just a occupancy rate, we on average for the last 5 years have run roughly around 50% occupancy. That's a statistic we can pull out. That's not us saying that. That's 2 different reports coming together that we can report on. For the last 5 years, we can also talk about the revenues coming in. And again, 13, how many people are coming to the website, how many conversions or handshakes we're creating, how many numbers of visitors. These are really deep metrics that we continually track and monitor and are presented every single year in this book. In addition, we have our visitor profile study. We have our economic impact report that we produce for the town. We also produce the monthly reporting that goes out to all of our partners on how we're doing against not only our community plan, but also all the other metrics that we hold ourselves accountable for. So there is a deep metric effort that goes in addition to this, but I don't know that we always talk about that. And that's what we want to bring forward. That first and foremost, there's 13 here that are bound and tied to the contract. But in the marketing plan itself, we also have KPIs against all of our efforts. The Cornerstone Plan would be new this year if it's adopted and accepted, and those would be metrics that tactics that we've put forth with an owner or multiple owners or lead in this instance, and a timing of when it would be delivered and how we're measuring success. So that was a framework that we put together, and it carries through not only throughout the Cornerstone Plan, but it also carries through on our core marketing plan, the marketing efforts that we don't see every day in the out markets. Again, strategies, tactics, who's the lead, when is it going to be delivered, and how are we presenting on results. We have put KPIs, and we have a year of those to present in the current plan. So we will continue to produce those reports, and they will have efforts within all of our reporting efforts that I've just spoken to. So again, we're not just measuring one time a year, we're measuring often and reporting those out. So when we look at the budget for fiscal year 24, how are we looking compared to last year? We've actually lined these up to report out on all the categories, budget subcategories that you would see in the marketing plan. So this year we come forward asking for these funds, but we wanted you to understand that where they compared to the last year. The gray line inside each of the colored lines is where we performed last year in terms of the funding. As you can see here, we are not asking for a supplemental request if this plan is approved at the amount requested. And how does that break down? So you have a fiscal year 23 budget spend projection. We are ending the year at 30% DMO revenues at just under $4.05 million in terms of DMO revenue. We actually have the supplemental, as you know, that's issued on a calendar year. So we have the second half of 2022 at $345,000, and the first half of what was just approved at the $350 at $175,000 for this first half of the calendar year, leaving us the 4.57. And when you look at what we're requesting this year, the fiscal year 2024 budget, 30% revenue, we're anticipating it to be $4.1 million. The supplemental request, that is the second half or allocation of funds, would be $175,000. And the deeper programs and initiatives, increase in costs that we've discussed regarding paper, just pricing of getting all the events and everything staffed, those pieces all are included in this additional $400,000, brings us to just 2% up where we were from this current fiscal year at 4.675. However, if we are not approved at the 4.675 and we essentially take out the 400,000 that we see in the fiscal year, we are taking 6% of our working dollars away from our market share. We're taking 6% out of the marketplace, and we are giving that share to another destination. I've heard over the course of time this evening that we need to put the funding behind what matters. And I understand and I wholeheartedly believe that we need to put in those efforts into the infrastructure, but I also want to say I wholeheartedly believe we have to fund our number one economy. And if we take away the things that are being asked of us that we're saying that people want to see at an additional 400,000, that will make that complete, I think we make a very good argument that those need to be supported. That we can't defund the opportunity to continue the momentum of meeting a CIP project of 45,000 or 45 million, excuse me, and other efforts that we want to continue the momentum on when we're not funding the number one economy that feeds those opportunities. So I think we need to look closely at how that 400,000 in addition would help us move that needle and continue the momentum at only a 2% increase from the year prior. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So as previously stated, the Finance Administrative Committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of this resolution, and the Chamber has provided us with additional information to the committee request. Is there a motion to approve this matter?
I have a motion that I will make. I move that we approve the resolution approving the town's Destination Marketing Organization 2023-2024 marketing plan with an approved budget not to exceed $4.1 million, representing the anticipated funding level of 30% of the town's state accommodation taxes. And to the extent that additional funding has been requested above and beyond that figure, Town Council defer action on that request for up to 90 days.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion from council? Becker?
Thank you. The number one visitor resident satisfaction component of the contract I hear an awful lot about the visitor, and I don't hear an awful lot about the resident. This was deliberately put into the contract because the resident satisfaction is a primary focus, I believe, of all of us, but certainly of mine. And so can you talk to us a little bit about the efforts made to outreach and the improvement of the residents' overall satisfaction?
Absolutely. So the resident sentiment survey has run for 2 sessions at this point, or seasons. We've run that now. And those findings actually play into the details of how we define the Cornerstone Plan. They've helped us build the framework. They've helped us outreach and communicate what those details are that the community residents are raising their hand that they want to either know more of, have concerns of, and those are the opportunities that we have to grow a deeper relationship with them, understanding their number one economy, and affording them the opportunities to live in not just a beautiful destination, but a destination that serves them in terms of the amenities and different aspects of what they love and what they love to call home.
Correct, and all of that is well stated. It does afford those of us who live here an incredible place to live with amenities and our environment. The lasting concern of the residents is the impact to the town with regard to it's overcrowded, overdeveloped, and those parts, I don't need to belabor it. And so I continue to have that concern and that focus going forward, and honestly would like to see a bit more of understanding the resident first component.
Absolutely. And again, we're happy at any point to walk through the Cornerstone Plan as it was brought forth as an opportunity to build into our marketing efforts. And that will go forward, as well as we do include the survey in our reporting efforts, so we can also share that as well.
What were the number of respondents this past year?
There were, that's the visitor, one page one. There were 3,292.
Just a slight increase. It was around 3,000 the year
Right,
before. Thereabouts.
just slightly, yeah, just above that.
Perhaps more outreach. Thank you.
Mr. Tabor.
Thank you. Ariana, I appreciate your report and the additional detail that you've given us. I am not opposed to the additional money over and above the 30% allocation. I need to understand what that is covering that's not already covered in the plan. And possibly you should come back to Finance Administrative Committee or one of the committees here and go through that detailed explanation so that we can understand it and understand whether we should vote for or against it.
Absolutely, and thank you. The opportunity for us to present again to FNA would be welcomed. And the pieces that we would cover that are covering in those additional programs are the ones that are ones that we've agreed upon, right? The ones that define our values and the ones that define our attributes. And so it's the programming regarding the environment. It's the programming regarding culinary. It's the programming and the opportunity to execute on the Cornerstone Plan. Those are net new opportunities at the level that we're talking about. Cornerstone being absolutely brand new. We've not. So we can absolutely go a little bit deeper on that, and we welcome the opportunity to do that.
Thank you for your report.
Doctor?
As I've said in the past, I think the Chamber's work over the last few years has been outstanding. I think efforts are impressive. The personnel that I've worked with are impressive. I have no real question about how good a job you guys have done. And more recently, I appreciate your spending a lot of time with staff, coordinating with the town's objectives, getting more in line with where the town wants to go. I also appreciate that you condensed the request into one time. Have to deal again with the supplemental at a future point in time. I think those are all very positive things, and appreciate the work and effort you put in to get to that point. In terms of the additional $400,000, I still have a lot of questions as to whether that's something we should go forward with at all. And at this point, I'm not sure that it was something that I could support.
Thank you. Ms. Bryson?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Pernice, for your report and the time to meet and look at the documents you provided to us. A couple of questions following up on Ms. Becker's comment about residents. We do hear a lot from our constituents concerned about the traffic and the number of visitors that we have to the island and the capacity that we have. And I note on in the metrics report on page 37, if you look at the survey that the Chamber had commissioned, if you look at those who feel that tourism impacts their life with a negative impact, in the first wave it shows a total of 60%. And that includes somewhat negatively as well as extremely negatively. If you look in wave 2, the total is 54%. So you do see that residents consider tourism to have a negative impact. Of course, in the rest of the survey, it shows some of the positives, positives to the economy, positives with regard to the tax base, with jobs, with the ability to have restaurants here year-round. But also, the number one negative aspect of tourism is traffic. So that leads me to the metric, and this is on page 14 of the 2022 Metrics Annual Report, that in 2022 we had 3.09 million visitors. The previous year, 2021, we had 3.13 million. 2020, we all know what year that was, 2.6 million. But even before that, 2019, we had 2.68 million, and 2018, 2.62 million. So if you measure success by higher and higher, that's one way to look at it. But I do remember that the chair of the ATAC, the Accommodations Tax Committee, asked about how many. and looking at the metrics from the survey from residents concerned about that, my question is it too high? So should performance be measured based on a lower number of visitors but scattered throughout the year? And so I challenge the Chamber to take a look at that, and I challenge our town council to take a look at that metric, because of what our residents are saying to us and what the survey reveals is that there's a majority of folks who believe that they are negatively impacted by tourism. So I do want us to think about that. I do appreciate that the Chamber has said that you don't market in the summer. We have lots of folks here in the summer. But the plan shows marketing all throughout the year. And that's a little confusing. I can understand marketing, say in the spring, say in the fall for something that happens in the spring, or in late summer for something that happens in the fall. But it's a little bit confusing when we see a report in the marketing plan about year-round marketing, if you're not marketing for the summer. So just somehow clarify that.
Sure, I'm going to start with the first one. So the number of visitors. Again, like I had mentioned to the chairman of the ATAX committee, we are not held to a crystal ball of knowing what the next number, but I will be responsible and the team will be responsible for quality of visitor. And I think we have worked really hard with the team and the staff here at the town to understand and define who that quality of visitor is. What do they look like? What do they do? How do we want that consumer to digest the destination? Right? So we've picked out core values, we have attributes. At the end of the day, we are a domestic island destination with a beautiful beach that will maintain and continue to be at the forefront of our messaging. But in addition, arts, culture, history, culinary, ecotourism as a whole. And so by us focusing on the quality of visitor that comes in, we can ultimately maintain who that consumer is when they're coming. We've also increased the household income from just being up to $150,000, but it's now 150,000 to 250,000 K plus, right? So we're also going after a fairly small percentage of the U.S. population and beyond. I think less than 13%, if memory serves, at the time when it was being researched. So that is a very small percentage and a very large, net that we have to cast to capture them. And I think that when you talk about how we market and how many months that we are on, we constantly need to be top of mind. And how do you do that? With your core messaging, you need to be in front of that potential visitor, your qualified visitor, who now has hundreds and hundreds of choices of how they're going to spend their off time and their money. We need to be in front of them talking about our attributes and values of Hilton Head Island. And you can't pull in and pull out and decide when you want to turn on. You need to be always on, because they have less than 3 seconds to make a decision, and they're making decisions about 3 months out, right? And that can vary depending on the time, but that's how long it takes. And it might take 3, 4, 5 different times on 3 or 4 different mediums to get to them. And so the approach to marketing is to be a value, to resonate with a certain consumer set, and be relevant to them when the time that they're searching, right? And so we constantly have to be feeding our brand and our values and our attributes to them in an always-on approach, using several different tactics and approaches in terms of mediums to get their attention. My fear is, as we're reducing the funding compared to last year, you're taking those opportunities away to reach your qualified visitor, to reach the person of desire that we want to come here and spend time, head in a bed, and to fund the accommodation tax that feeds all the other programs and ensures our workforce. Because as soon as we start to become seasonal, which we have been before, we have been a seasonal destination, why would it be of all not impact workforce? Why would I come to work here if I know I'm not guaranteed 12 months of work? Why would I need a job if I know I don't have anybody coming in as a resident for 12 months out of the year? And so we have to look at all the different touch points that aren't just immediate, right? Am I talking to somebody who's coming in the fall, the winter, and we are trying to disperse them throughout the year? We are not promoting, and nor have we for a very long time ever promoted summer. As long as I've been here and well before that, we have not promoted summer. The opportunity to continue that momentum, to stay in front of the qualified visitor, and to be relevant to them. Because again, to be relevant means that we've created that market share, that we have the share of voice in those platforms. And if we're not doing that, then we're not relevant. We're not a choice for them, right? They're going to choose a destination to our either side of us, or in Florida, or somewhere else beyond. There's choices now. We don't need to take our foot off the pedal, but rather we need to put the foot on the pedal. That 6% difference in market share will make a difference. We are seeing it today. We're seeing it if you're looking at your reports between, we have our STAR report and our Home and Villa report. Occupancy or on the books that we have, or our forecasts, are forecasting a lighter time frame in the fall and in the winter. We continue to look at those details. We continue to adjust our marketing to bring Hilton Head top of mind, but with less dollars, you are not able to be as relevant. And so those are those conversations that we'd like to have about how are we being relevant? How are we staying relevant? Not just for a head in the bed, but for all the other touch points that come with number one economy being tourism, workforce, jobs, things of that nature that really are tied to having consistent year-round.
Yeah, I appreciate, local businesses and wanting to have year-round staff and year-round services and year-round business. So do we know the increase of about 500,000 visitors in a year? Do we know when those visitors came? Did they come in the off-season, or did they all come in the summer? Was the addition in the summer? And so that's the kind of information I think I'd like to see, rather than the summary of year by year.
Absolutely, we can share those details with you.
But I do appreciate the increase in focus on ecotourism, heritage and cultural tourism, as you've heard me say many times, and wellness tourism, which I think is not, although I'm a golf player, not very good sometimes, but sometimes better. My husband's a tennis player. We both bike. I've even played pickleball. I'm sorry, all the pickleball people still aren't here. But I appreciate all kinds of different wellness. I appreciate the focus is on those areas as well. I am concerned, though, about the impact on our community, and I will always be concerned about that. Our community broadly, the folks who live here, the folks who work here, our environment, I cannot support an increase at this time, and I'm not even sure I'll support the motion because I don't want to come back in 90 days and look at it again.
Mr. Brown, any?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Denise, again for the information. Just a little bit to expand on Councilwoman Bryson's point of the increase of the visitor and how we break that out. I think that's absolutely important as a metric. Personally speaking, from my sort of business, okay, you definitely feel some seasonality, okay, but you don't really know the increase summer versus out of season, okay, and to be able to pull that out, I think would be important to support the argument. I'm going to be supporting the motion this evening. I wanted to just simply point out that the community cornerstone plan, to me, is a huge step in the right direction, okay? It starts to open the dialogue. Quite frankly, it's challenging us as a municipality as well, okay? As I go through that document, I see that there are a lot of initiatives that are targeted for 2025. And, you know, the question that comes to my mind is, do we not market those because we're not ready? Okay, so that's a challenge to the town as well, as to where we may need to have further investment so that if we start to market, people are satisfied when they get here. So I think we're in a good place. I think we do need to sort of some breathing room, so to speak, to figure it out as far as the additional is concerned. So I welcome you back to F&A, of course, but I know that you have key folks from the town staff working alongside you so that information is brought back to us and we can really start to unpeel those challenges so that we can solve them so that we have no doubt in our mind that you all know how to target and get the people here. No doubt at all. But as far as where we are as a community, I think that's the challenge that's before us, and that's why we need to take the next 90 days or so to figure it out.
Brad, I appreciate your feedback, and I think the one question I ask back is, as the team works through and understands the 4.1, but those 400,000 additional dollars are imperative for executing on some of the other programming, I'd like to be able to understand how we can have those collaborative conversations, because they do impact the bottom line, right? They do impact what we're able to show in results, and they do impact what your expectations are of us. And so I need to understand how we can perhaps, I'm not saying shorten the time in 90 days, but I do need to understand that if it's going to be a conversation, that I request that the conversation is a full conversation. How can we have that together? How can we put aside some of your questions and concerns and work through it? We've held several one-off opportunities that talk at length about the different programs and reporting. I have any of my time available so we can sit down, so it's not fragmented in this committee or this person on the staff, but it's comprehensively being talked about, so we can move forward together. The programs that are being requested of us, that are being denied tonight at the 400,000, are programs that were requested from us, like from you to us. So I don't understand that opportunity of how we move forward when we're being asked of that, but then we're saying no, don't move forward with that. And we're putting together a comprehensive plan that tells you how we're spending the money and the metrics that we're putting up against it. And so I just want to understand within the 90 days, how do we come together to better understand the use of those dollars? And that's where there's, I think, a little bit of misunderstanding.
Absolutely. And using my peripheral right now to look over at Mr. Town Manager. Again, F&A Committee, according to our 15 priorities, where it states that the DMO discussion is a priority for us, the F&A Committee would be the absolute place for that to happen. Okay.
Great. So many things come to my mind, Ariana, and you sort of read my mind when you mentioned investing in facilities as opposed to investing in marketing. That's really what's on my mind. But before I begin, I think it's important for me to say, because I've been working with the Chamber for a while, you're now, you are listening. Your words are hitting resonance, and so I think that's good. You say in your information, our community is the heart of who we are and how we present ourselves to the world. Marketing is for the benefit and well-being of everyone in the community. A destination's brand is rooted in the community's priorities. And the Cornerstone Plan is saying that the town and chamber must work together. So I think those are all good. You speak of island values, ecotourism, history, arts, culture, and wellness, and you added recreation since I was looking at something. I consider recreation to be part of wellness. It's just, part of it. But and I would add that those are good values. They really represent sort of community DNA. And so I think it's important for us to understand how we are investing in those things. We're being asked to consider a marketing budget that exceeds 30% of ATAX revenues. And I point out that ATAX includes marketing, but also tourist-related capital investment program and operations. Marketing gets people here, and those other dollars determine the experience while those people are here. So you say it facilities and programs that connect marketing promise with island experience. My question would be, and this is just gratuitous, does the island have destination attributes that support its competitive advantage? And that really leads us to asking the question, most of us were at the ribbon cutting yesterday at the Broad Creek Sculpture of Pathway. And I say that is a prime example of where we have done something that underscores our commitment to ecotourism, arts, culture, probably history. And the things that stand out in my mind is its excellence in design, the environmental education, the public art, the pure beauty of it, that's exercise involved, I walk over there a lot, and that it really is sort of a quintessential hospitality. It's a place people enjoy being. So my question really relates to, does this kind of investment bear greater dividends for residents and visitors than marketing dollars spent to offset the lack of the pathway? So that sort of begs the question. Hypothetically, the town could amortize a 25-year loan of $77,500,000 with an annual cost of $500,000, the approximate amount of the recent DMO supplemental grants, and by doing so, accelerate the implementation of amenities and infrastructure. Would this be a more effective way of sharing our distinguishing Hilton Head Island values and ultimately attracting new neighbors who share those values than relying on the words of a marketing message? Future investments in facilities, programs, and operations are indispensable to build a solid and durable brand, and as the marketing plan suggests, to connecting our marketing promise with actual island experiences for residents and visitors. And this is one reason why I'm going to support the motion today. A dialogue between the chamber and the town is the greatest opportunity to build brand and develop the values of ecotourism, history, arts, culture, and wellness. That collaboration is needed to achieve the optimal balance between marketing and investment going forward. Thank you.
The opportunity. It was a wonderful ribbon cutting yesterday. Full example of what we're all trying to achieve together. But I will continue to advocate for filling the funnel with the appropriate visitor that we're seeking, that we funding that's being requested. And so I welcome the opportunity to further discuss, because I don't want to stop the funnel, so we can have those beautiful ribbon cuttings and those beautiful amenities, not only for our residents, but for our visitors. And so I'm looking forward to the next conversation, and thank you for your guidance and your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you for that, David. So first of all, I think you've heard from all of us that the relationship that is being built with this council and the chamber is growing rapidly. line of communication, I think, is more open than it's been in a long time. And we're working to reach the same goals, or the goals that we come together with. You said a couple of things that I agree with, in that one is we don't want businesses to be shutting down, as it used to be in the days when they would shut down for 1, 2, or 3 months, or close on Saturdays and Sundays and Mondays or whatnot. We just talked about our budget, and we talked about A-tax and H-tax and how that is utilized to fund a lot of what we have. So that has to be part of the conversation as well. You also mentioned 2018, and roughly 2.6 million, 2019, 2.6 million, roughly the same for those 2 years, and they were very beneficial to our community. You also mentioned RevPAR, quality of the visitor, the increase in room rates per night. Where is the balance at 2.6 million in an increased room rate so that we're not over inundated with tourism? There is more of a harmony or a balance. I also would like to know, as was mentioned here earlier, the growth periods. Is it the fall? Is it the winter? Is it the spring? Is it early summer? Is it late summer? I think that's important to understand where we're seeing the most growth. Now, we know that day trippers are going to be coming more and more because of the growth off island. We know that's going to happen. But we may have a natural increase of another 100,000 people a year on a daily basis, daily trippers, that's going to affect us negatively. So there's a lot of questions that are still in my mind, and they're still out there. I do support the motion, and I like the idea of coming back within 90 days, up to 90. It's not 90 days, so that's not what we're saying. We're not trying to push it out. We're just trying to give us enough time to completely understand what it is that's being brought forward today with the extra $400,000. Our first goal is to protect our islanders and our businesses. And we know that a lot of what we have comes from the revenue that we receive from our guests. And a lot of the amenities that we have are those from our guests. So with that being said, I'll let that be the end of the words from up here and open it up to public comment. Yes, absolutely.
Mayor, thank you. So it is something we're watching closely, and we have been for as long as I've been here, the breakout of visitor. And so that again is reported, that's from but in the visitor profile study. It does track villa, home rentals, hotel and resort, timeshare, second home owners, non-paying guests, and day trippers to give us that total number. And so we are tracking it. Those are other conversations that we could be having on a deeper level. And we are charged with being having responsible tourism and responsible growth. And that's why when I say there's no crystal ball to say how many visitors, but the real focus should be on quality of visitor through our advertising and going after the 250,000 household income that gravitates towards those experiences and would gravitate towards a hotel or home and villa stay at a price range that they're able to digest and would be amenable to. Those are the things we're seeking. We're not seeking increases, and I think that was the purpose and plan of having the destination management plan in place for the 10 years that supports the 20-year comprehensive plan. And so we're in lockstep when it comes to the strategy and our look forward, and that we are tracking and monitoring. And I think what we've discovered over the time that we've been working together the past several months is that there is so much information gathered. How do we get it out to you in a more consistent and concise manner? And so that's what our team is also working on. There's a lot of reporting data out there that we are charged with and are happy to move over into your hands on a more regular basis. So that is something that we will be doing as well.
I do have one more question that you made me think of something. And I'm going to ask the town manager. Within the GovOS data that we're receiving, are we going to be sharing that with the chamber so that we can have a clearer understanding as to our position and what we're seeing as a town and what they're seeing so that it's more clear?
Yes, absolutely. Short answer, yes. I know that we're also making a presentation with Public Planning Committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Mr. Hoagland.
CMO professional, do I get 35 minute opposing view?
No, you get 3 minutes.
I didn't think of, wait a minute, I haven't started yet. Please start the clock back.
Go ahead and reset.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Don't worry, that's coming. The marketing plan is a fraud. It's a failed old business model. The chamber receives over 11 million annually. What did we hear that technology does not do for free? That's right, folks, $11 million. Our town council approves it all without any accounting. Bill Miles refuses accounting for the last 35 years and just says none of your business how he spends millions of dollars. Miles goes further by saying it's his secret sauce, none of your business. Perry said Miles showed him 80% of receipts and invoices, and why would Perry get to see this prior to his election when nobody else was allowed to see it? You lied. What Perry said, what will Perry say to the IRS and FBI when he's asked about this? What will Pass McCann and Lennox Harkins say to the FBI about the accounting they said they saw at the chamber office? Perry, will you sue Bill Miles for full accounting on the $11.4 million unaccounted for and comply to my Supreme Court ruling? When the chamber DMO contract expires this fall, do you agree to bid it out to ad agencies and local media? Do you agree that it can't be this illegal chamber under 501-C6 nonprofit tax codes? It must be a for-profit ad agency or run by the town who can hire an ad agency to run it. Under the current HX DMO law, the town can legally hire 2 DMOs. Do you agree to do this? Does council agree that the tax-funded DMO website, hiltonheadisland.org, can only legally be used to promote the entire community? It can be no pay-to-play, no advertising sales, no favoritism to chamber members, local companies, just a well-done generic website with lots of videos and pictures promoting the entire island. Does council agree the Hilton Head Bluffton Chamber should simply become the Hilton Head Chamber and operate like the official Greater Bluffton Chamber, the Charleston Chamber, and the Beaufort Chamber, not tax-funded, and be positive for all businesses in our community versus competing with its members and operating illegally? Does council agree to compel a forensic audit on this DMO chamber like was done on the Palm Beach CVB? Are you going to forensically audit all this money? Are you going to see where all this money went? Are you just going to keep on handing it with no record whatsoever, no accounting? How do you do that? Would you hand me that money, or would you sue me if I refused to show you the money? I'm going to tell you what. It's coming soon, but I will provide 3 million tourists as the next DMO, and I'll do it for $500,000, not $11 million. Will you agree to allow me to bid for the new DMO job? I'll do it for $500,000, and I'll save you $11 million. I'll put it back where you can buy land and save it for the taxpayers.
Thank you, Mr.
And I look forward to that day.
Do we have any other public comment? Ms. Prince.
Good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. I looked at the allocation for the VCB back in '21, and it was about $2.5 million. I don't know very many organizations who in 4 years go from $2.5 million to over $4 million. I know it's mandated by state law, and there's nothing y'all can do about it. I think the challenge to the VCB is to increase their effectiveness and efficiency of their spending plan to accommodate changes in priority from their client, you guys. The town's their client, while keeping the budget to the 30% mandated allocation of $4.1 million for next year. And I think the challenge to all of you as council members is to determine whether their supplemental request is the highest and best use of $400,000. As Mr. Orlando outlined in the budget earlier today, we have a lot of opportunities to invest in our community, and I don't know that we should take another 10% of that A-tax money and put it directly into a marketing plan when we have many, many projects that would be worthwhile, tourist focused, but also resident beneficial, where you could put that money. I hope that you'd consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prince. Mr. Christian, I assume you're coming up, or you're not leaving? No, you're coming up.
Why not? going to say again? First of all, I'm a member of the Chamber of Commerce, have been since I arrived here. I was a member of the leadership class of 2003 from the Hilton Head Chamber and Bluffton Chamber of Commerce. And tourism is about balance. And 4 of you live in a community that I manage that doesn't not allow short-term rentals. I live in a community that does not allow short-term rentals. However, I appreciate every tourist that comes over that bridge because they pay for the lifestyle we enjoy here at a price that you can find nowhere else. They pay the higher tax rate for their property. Value of their property is not based on single-family ownership, it's based on the value as a rental, and that pumps up the cost and increases tax revenue for you. Do I hate it on Saturday morning when I try to go off the island? Saturday afternoon when I try to come back to the island? You bet. But sometimes folks who are tourists, because that's how most of us got here, flip a switch when they suddenly become full-time residents and say, those darn tourists. And they forget that they were tourists once too. And a lot of folks who live in the heavy rental areas move out, and they move to a community that does not allow short-term rentals. And that's a sanctuary for them, but they benefit from that experience. So keep in mind, we have a golden goose. Does it need to be regulated? You bet. And is there a limit? Probably. Have we reached it yet? I don't know. But let's not kill the golden goose that pays for all the things that you, Mr. Perry, mentioned just a little while ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Any other comments? All right, seeing none. Cindy, will you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
For the motion.
Mr. Alford?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Ms. Bryson?
No.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Thank you.
Jeff Buckaloo, town engineer, is present to provide a brief presentation of the resolution supporting the proposed approach to complete a strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats SWOT assessment for solid waste and recycling for Hilton Head Island.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, members of Town Council. My name is Jeff Buckaloo. I'm the town engineer. And this item of new business before you today is the consideration of a resolution which will provide the preferred approach to a SWOT analysis. This is an assessment of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats regarding recycling and solid waste on Hilton Head Island. The resolution and the proposed approach was approved unanimously at committee on April 17th. That was the Community Services Public Safety Committee. Exhibit C in your package here is the outline or the approach that will be in the final report. We have procured a consultant, an expert in the field who has a background with Beaufort County and Hilton Head recycling and solid waste. If this resolution is approved with that approach, we will complete negotiations of a contract and move forward with that. I see this culminating in coming back to council for a workshop with the recommendations and strategies from that report.
Okay. So just as a reminder, the Community Services and Public Safety Committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of this resolution. Is there a motion to approve this matter?
I can make that motion. I move council approve a resolution supporting the proposed approach to complete a strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats analysis or assessment for solid waste and recycling for Hilton Head Island.
Second.
Okay. Discussion from council.
I just want to note that I took the Peter Christian challenge. I'm now emptying my pods.
Okay.
That is an opportunity. I'll just say it that way. Sorry, a little humor. Every now and again, I try to throw something in. Today
Any other
it's my
comments from
clean
council?
pod.
Comments from the public? Mr. Hoagland.
I'd like to know why the secret Greater Island Council is involved in all this. This is a very secret underground type of, not elected, these are made up of actually elected officials serve on the Greater Island Council, and we don't even know who a lot of these members are. They're very secretive. You know, Mr. Ames probably knows a lot about this. He could share it with us, but he's probably not going to do that. Why do we have a non-government entity involved with government? I mean, it's like, Mr. Perry, it's like you said with the chamber. You want to give more responsibility to a private chamber. A chamber has nothing to do with government. Greater Island Council has nothing to do with government. This is why you were elected. It's so corrupt. It is so corrupt with what you're allowing and what you're doing. But we'll just keep on letting you know about it.
Any other comments from the public? Mr. Christian.
The main reason I came to the meeting today, but I got involved in some other things. I'm a member of the Greater Island Committee. So Skip, you can write me down in your black book. We've been working on this for a long time with a group of dedicated volunteers who are citizens of this island, county, and we really appreciate the support that's been shown here and working with you, and we want to take this to the next level, and we appreciate the opportunity. And we support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, Cindy, we call the roll, please.
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mr. Alfred?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Report.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Thank you. Josh Gruber, Deputy Town Manager, is present to provide a brief presentation of proposed ordinance 2023-11, amending section 4-10-100, management of and use of local accommodations taxes of the town of Hilton Head Island Code of Ordinance pertaining to the Event Management and Hospitality Training Program Fund.
Yes, sir. I picked up on your subtleties there. So this is a request coming out of the Finance and Administrative Committee to look at amending town code to essentially remove a mathematical formulation of funding for this program and to instead have them submit an annual budget and go through the affiliated agency process along with the other entities that we process through that system.
Okay. Anything else on that, or is that it? Okay. Just as a reminder, the Community Services and Public Safety Committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of this resolution.
It's Finance Committee.
Oh, I'm sorry, Finance. Sorry, my bad.
Yes, I can make a motion. I move council approve the first reading of a proposed ordinance 2023-11, amending section 4-10-100, management and use of local accommodations taxes of the town of Hilton Head Island Code of Ordinances pertaining to the Event Management and Hospitality Training Program Fund.
Second.
Any discussion from council? Mr. Brown.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would just state that 2 years ago, town of Hilton Head didn't even have a vehicle for the affiliated agencies to come before council to have a discussion. And now we have that in place. And as we go through this exercise, we are quickly finding out that we need to tighten our screws, okay? So this came out of F&A committee simply to, as Mr. Gruber has alluded to, correct the mathematical portion of it, okay? By no means is the town looking to eliminate this program, okay? We definitely want to continue a program, but there was, grave concern coming out of FA committee about it being a 5% ordinance. And I look at that two ways. Because if ATAX collections are down, it's only 5%. And if they're up, then it's 5%. So us having that discussion as to meeting the metrics and having a budget around the expectations is the reason for the change of the ordinance.
Thank you. Any other discussion from council? Discussion from the public? Mr. Hoagland, come on.
Management and use of local accommodation tax. What taxpayers need to see is all accounting, receipts and invoices, the town insiders issue, and how every penny is used and verified with a forensic audit. We need to see accounting for not just the millions of ATAX funds, but hospitality funds. We need to start, again, with 11.4 million issued and used by the chamber. We need to see all accounting from every nonprofit, many illegally funded, and their use of tax money, like the Chamber Low Country Golf Owners Association. tied to the chamber and Bill Miles. The secret tax funding and use must end. Former FBI agent friend of mine said, you know, it's not possible for Bill Miles to be paid a $500,000 salary and a $2 million home and world travel and perks with legal tax use. Does your council understand that? We need every nonprofit or anyone else who receives tax money to sign a tax recipient agreement and contracts that fully spells out the legal and proper use and audits and reporting of millions of tax funds that have disappeared in thin air and unaccounted for. This is taxpayers' money, not town employees and council's money. You work for us. If this council wants to get rid of me and stop me from calling you all incompetent, dysfunctional, crooked, corrupted, you agree to take a council pledge like I took your civility pledge to agree to provide transparency and accountability on millions of tax funds that have gone missing. I tell you what, call the local FBI yourself. You talk to them. You need to come to reality. You are all part-time servants, and not one of you understands the budgets, audits, and what the full-time employees are doing with millions of our tax funds. They are taking us down the highway and robbing us blind, and none of you get it. The fact is, all town employees, lawyers, town managers, CPA have been caught in illegal acts. Orlando, illegal tax use in Bluffton. Gruber, guilty of 3 ethics violations. We still employ this guy. Perry lied and said he saw 80% of chamber accounting. You got a part-time figurehead mayor that's lying to us. CPA Troyer hides the money. Lawyer Coltrane, a fraud, and drafted an illegal fraudulent contract with Terry Finger. Until you hire an outside forensic audit, all taxpayers are going to be robbed blind, including y'all, because you don't even know what you're looking at. It's all fraudulent, the budgets are fraudulent, and the town employees in full power are robbing us blind, and they're taking us all down the highway. Y'all need to wake up. You're just not doing your job. And Mr. Ames, I mean, you sound so eloquent when you speak, and you're so sincere.
Thank you.
You're so,
Thank you, Skip. I appreciate it.
I mean, I don't even know how to comment to what you say.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Eva Smith, and I am I'm the chair of the Hospitality Management Program at USCB. And while the Event Management and Hospitality Training Center is not under my purview, I do provide the students, I do provide the labor for all of the work that we do. I understand where you're coming from. I get it, that screws need to be tightened. I do understand that. But from the university standpoint, it's hard for us to be proactive in planning as another state agency when there's no certainty that we'll be provided a budget. Also, we don't, you're requiring us to have a full-time executive director, which we have had up until, well, actually, we'll still have her until May the 15th. But past that, can we hire somebody else? Is there money available to hire someone else? They're just some very, I hate to say iffy, because I don't know if that's a good word or not, but it's not a solid model plan. Not in terms of budgeting on our end when we're expected to provide these services, and we want to provide them to you. We want to be able to tell you all of the wonderful things. But listening to Ariana, a lot of what they do, we provide. All this festival, the festival surveys, we do that. And so it's a hard pill to swallow to understand. And I get where you're coming from. I do understand it, but there may need to be some kind of I don't know how to fix it, but I do know that what we do is as important, as an important service, and we're giving all of behalf of Hilton Head employees in have that paid forward, I guess, is the best way to say it. And I hope I'm saying that right. Do you all have any questions? I guess that's the teacher in me. Does anybody have any questions?
Well, I could ask a question of our town manager, and that may provide some illumination on the subject. Town manager, how many affiliated agencies do we have?
Forgive me for not knowing the number. It was up on the screen. It's
9 or...
let's see. It's about 10. I see John Troyer.
Okay, 10.
It's approximate.
We have 10, and none of those agencies have a percentage of something that they're guaranteed every year. Each one of them comes to us with a budget that we review and then we pass for.
Correct.
Okay. I don't understand why there's concern if you're an affiliated agency, why you're presenting a budget to us would put you in a different position than the other affiliated agencies.
Well, I guess it's that we don't understand, or I don't personally understand, and since I'm not the director of the center, I might not have a working understanding of what an affiliated agency is. And what does that mean in terms of budgeting? Does that mean that if whatever budget we submit, that can be played with? I mean, say, no, well, you don't need this or that. Is there obviously there's not a lot of trustworthiness in some folks in terms of the auditing process, although I have full faith and confidence in each one of you to do the right thing with us. But so maybe it would be better or more likable, a more positive thing to tell us what an affiliated agency is and what that requires.
I would suggest that you talk about the 5%, what it meant in terms of the increase, and why that's in question, and then the affiliated side.
Budget day is concerned. I will also say some of those have time. That is another part of the exercise. Capacity of having a memorandum of understanding so that there is some security around funding, all right? So I would offer that to you as far as the next step.
Okay.
When we come back. The 5% was approved this year. Of the however many affiliated agencies, all but one were approved, and there were some increases there. Precedent that agencies are partners, that we need in our community. Codifying the 5% with the uncertainty of the fluctuation of the APEX, which is why we went in this direction.
I would take it one step further and say that
I do understand that, and I get that 100%. I understand.
I would take it one step further and say that 5% within the affiliated agencies was more than what any of the other agencies requested. So that's where the question comes around, and one of the agencies is $1.3 million, and they didn't get the same bump. So that's where the question comes around. So it's a mathematical exercise, and it's righting the ship, so to speak, so that we're on the right path. So it's not that we're against the program or anything like that. It's about...
And I don't think it was looked at
Yeah.
like that. This is probably why they didn't pick me to speak. It's probably why they picked Dr. Dudas. But, I just had some questions, and I'm brand new, so I thank you so much for answering
All right. Well, thank you. We want to make sure that we're all clear on that. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none today, will you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mr. Alford?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes?
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Mr. Orlando, I understand that we have a need to go into executive session.
Yes, sir. Discussion of negotiations regarding proposed contractual arrangements of proposed sale or purchase of property as listed on item 1, 2, and 3 on our agenda this evening.
I move that council go into executive session for the reasons cited by the town manager.
Okay, all those in favor, raise your right hand.
Oh, left hand, sorry.
We don't count your vote.
Town of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, and HHSC LLC for the purchase of sale of 7.19 acres, more or less, on Bryant Road, and to take such other and further actions as may be necessary to complete the transaction described in the agreement.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Zendaya, will you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Mr. Stanford? Yes. Mr. Alford? Yes. Ms. Becker? Mr. Brown?
Support.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion
Seeing no other
carries.
business before us, we are adjourned.
Poor Zendaya.